Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. Congratulations, Mexico.
Sí, fue muy bien, muy bueno
It
el
was an
juego de ayer
excellent
y
match
acá estamos para
yesterday.
nuestro último
And
día
now we are re-energized to
y
start with
vamos a
our
empezar
last
ahora
day. We're going to
con,
begin today
voy a presentar ahora la persona
with
que va a empezar
introducing
el día,
the person who will kick
que
us
es
off,
Andrea
who is
Fernández.
Andrea Fernandez.
Andreas es la directora
Andreas
de
is
Información y
the
Notificación del Ministerio de
information
Comercio e
notification of
Industria
the
de Paraguay.
Paraguay
Ella
Trade
está de
Chamber
Asunción y
from
va a hacer la
Asunción,
presentación de
and she
hoy
will be
sobre comercio y
presenting about
regulación,
trade,
las
regulation,
oportunidades, los desafíos que
opportunities,
tenemos en
challenges
Paraguay
that we have in
para el
Paraguay
sector de tecnología
for
médica.
the medical technology
Andrea, ¿me
sector.
escuchas?
Andrea, can you hear me? So the title of
Sí, sí,
presentation is
buenos días.
Conformity
Estoy aquí.
Assessment,
Un momentito,
Building
voy a prender
Regulators'
la
Confidence
cámara
in Device
y
Safety and
cuando quieran y buenos
Performance.
días para todos.
¿No? Podemos empezar.
So let us
Entonces es
begin
un
then.
gusto tener
It is a
usted aquí
great
hoy, aunque
pleasure to have you here
virtualmente.
today, even
Muchas
if it's
gracias
just
por tu
virtually.
tiempo
Thank you very much for your
y cuando quieras
time.
puedes
So whenever
proyectar
you're ready,
la presentación.
you are welcome to start sharing your presentation.
Hay consulto proyecto, yo sin problemas, ¿verdad?
So can you see my
¿Quieres que
screen?
nosotros proyecte o tú proyectas de ahí?
Would you like us to control your presentation,
Ah,
or would you like to do it yourself?
comparto sin problemas.
Well, I can do it. Thank you.
Perfecto.
All right.
Ahí solamente si me dicen si ven bien,
So
visualizan
can
bien.
you see my presentation?
Vemos, pero no está
No.
en modo de
I mean, we can
presentación
see your
todavía.
presentation, but it's
Sí,
not full screen. It's not presentation mode.
ahí
Now it
sí.
is.
Ahí está, perfecto. Voy a ir desde
All right, so
el inicio.
Sí,
Perfecto.
this is
perfecto. Muchas
the
gracias.
beginning of my
Bienvenida.
presentation.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Bueno, primeramente decirles
Well,
buenos
first of
días a
all,
todos.
good morning, everybody.
Disculparme por no haber
Apologies
podido
for
participar.
not
Hubiera
having been
sido
able
para
to
mí un
participate the
honor,
rest of the days. I wish I
pero
could
en
have
estos
had the
días también
opportunity, but right
estuve
now
coordinando aquí
we
para el
were
Ministerio de Industria y
working
Comercio. Nosotros
with the
somos
Ministry
la
of
coordinación
Industry and
nacional
Trade because we're a
de
national
un
coordination
subgrupo de
office of a
trabajo de
sub-task
Mercosur, que
force
sería el
of
subgrupo
Mercosur,
número 3,
which is
que lleva
subgroup
todas las
3.
cuestiones
We
referentes
are
a
in charge
reglamentos
of everything
técnicos y
regarding
evaluación de
technical
la conformidad.
regulations and conformity assessment.
Como dijo la colega, yo me
So
encargo de lo que
I am
sería
in charge
por
of,
Paraguay, de lo que sería el
on behalf of
punto focal
Paraguay,
de Paraguay
I'm
para
the
el acuerdo
focal
de
point
obstáculos
of
técnicos
Paraguay
de comercio.
for technical
También
agreements
manejamos,
regarding
brindamos
trade,
lo que sería
and we're
un
also in
sistema
charge of
nacional de
a national
información
system
y
of
notificación de
information
comercio
and
exterior para
notification of
todo lo
foreign
relacionado al
trade
acuerdo de obstáculos
for
técnicos
everything
de comercio
regarding with
aquí por Paraguay.
technical matters
Les voy a
and
introducir
obstacles
un
to trade here
poco
in
a lo que
Paraguay. So let
sería
me start by sharing
el objetivo general del
the
SNIN.
general objective of
Como les
SNIN.
dije, el SNIN es
SNIN.
el Sistema
SNIN
Nacional de
is the
Información y
National
Notificación de
Information
Comercio
Notification
Exterior, que
System
tiene
of
como
Foreign
objetivo
Trade Matters.
principal
Its main objective
constituir una base de
is to
inteligencia comercial
create an
al servicio del
intelligence
Estado en
base to
materia
serve the
de
state
reglamentos
in trade
técnicos,
matters
normas y
regarding technical
procedimientos de
regulations,
evaluación de la conformidad.
standards, and conformity
Como
assessment.
objetivos específicos,
The
por
specific
ejemplo, tiene
objectives
justamente
are
dar cumplimiento
precisely
a todos nuestros
to follow
compromisos
up and comply with
en
the
materia de
obligations
notificación
that we have
y
for
transparencia
notification,
resultantes del
transparency,
Acuerdo de Obstáculos
and
Técnicos de
everything
Comercio de la
regarding
Organización Mundial
to
de
the
Comercio
agreement to
y de
remove
otros
technical
acuerdos
obstacles of the
comerciales
international,
internacionales en los que participa
the World Trade
Paraguay en esta
Organization,
materia.
and other agreements
Asimismo,
that
d'informar
Paraguay
productores
has
rurales,
established.
industriales,
We
exportadores,
also
importadores
inform
sobre
rural
todos los
producers, industrial
obstáculos técnicos
producers,
al comercio en
exporters,
los
and
distintos
importers
mercados
of
establecidos
all
y también en el
export
Paraguay.
barriers or import
Y
barriers
particular
abroad and in
en un
Paraguay,
sistema de
and
información
in
base a
a
las notificaciones de
basic
los demás
information
Estados miembros
system
de
to
la
notify
OMC
the rest
para
of
facilitar así
the
el comercio internacional.
WTO
También
countries
desde el
to
SNIN
facilitate
conformamos una base de
trade.
datos de regulaciones
We
nacionales
also have a
que son
national
demandadas
regulation
por los
database that
distintos entes reguladores que
are created
conforman
by
el SNIN,
different regulating
así como
agencies
de las
within the
informadas por los países
SNIN,
miembros de la
as
OMC
well
bajo el
as
Acuerdo de
those
Obstáculos Técnicos de Comercio
the
y están
OTC, the
disponibles dentro de un
WTO,
sistema de información que tenemos aquí,
for a
que como le he dicho,
system
que es
that
justamente
we
un portal
have
web del
already
SNIN.
mentioned. It is a website of SNIN.
En cuanto al Comité Nacional
Now,
de Obstáculos
regarding
Técnicos
the
al
National
Comercio,
Committee
que
for
también es
Obstacles to
integrado por los
Trade, which
mismos,
is also made
las
up
mismas
by the
instituciones reguladoras
same regulating
forman parte
institutions that are part
dentro
of
de esa,
SNIN,
está
we
integrada
can
también por
mention
la Dirección Nacional de
the
Vigilancia
National
Sanitaria. Más
Direction of
adelante les voy a
Sanitary
mostrar quiénes
Surveillance.
integran
Later,
tanto
I'll let you know
el
who
SNIN
are part of
como el
SNIN,
Comité Nacional
as well as the
Técnico
National
del
Committee of
Comercio.
Technical Obstacles to
El Comité
Trade.
Nacional de OTC
The
es el
National
ámbito en el cual se analizan y se
OTC
elaboran
commitment
la
is
posición del país
group
en
is where
materia
we analyze the
de
position of our
OTC.
country
Esto para
regarding
las
our
negociaciones en las cuales
OTC
Paraguay
WTO
participa tanto a
parameters when
nivel
Paraguay
nacional
participates
o birregional,
regionally or
como sería, por
bi-regionally.
ejemplo, la
Like,
negociación que
for
tuvimos
instance,
con
the
la Unión
negotiation that we
Europea.
just had with the European
Recientemente
Union.
también estuvimos
As of
negociando el
recently, we
capítulo
were
de
also
OTC con
renegotiating
Emiratos
the
Árabes
with
Unidos,
the
con
United
Canadá,
Arabian
y
Emirates and
estamos
with
pendientes,
Canada,
por ejemplo, de
and
que se
we
finalicen los
still
otros capítulos
are
para
waiting
que
for
estas
other chapters to
negociaciones
be
puedan
finished
avanzar.
for those negotiations to move forward.
Se convoca al sector privado en caso de que una
The private
notificación, por
sector
ejemplo,
is
represente algún riesgo.
invited
Nosotros solemos hacer el
in case there's
análisis
a
acá.
risk.
Una vez que
We
nosotros
usually,
recibimos
once
de la
we
entidad EPI
obtain
las notificaciones, solemos
an
analizarlas
e-ping
y si
notification, we
visualizamos que una pueda representar
visualize if
algún
anything could
obstáculo para
represent
nosotros,
an
nosotros esa
obstacle for
solución
us, and
compartimos con
in
el
this
sector
way
privado.
we share this with
Y
the private
también cuando
sector,
un proyecto de
and also
reglamento
when
técnico, esto
a
sería
technical
a nivel
regulation, and this would be at the
Mercosur, por
level of
ejemplo,
Mercosur, for
o un
instance,
procedimiento de
or
evaluación de la
if a
conformidad
conformity
involucra
assessment procedure
a otras
involves
instituciones, estas son
other
convocadas
institutions, they
a
are
través del Comité Nacional OTC
invited through the
para poder
National OTC
coordinar
Committee so
acciones
as to be
para su
able to
posterior
coordinate
implementación.
actions for a later implementation.
Esto sería prácticamente
So this is
un espejo de lo que
practically
sería
a mirror of what
tanto el
the
Sistema Nacional de Información como
National
el
Information
Comité
System is, as well as what
Nacional
the
de Obstáculos
National
Técnicos al Comercio. Estos
Committee of
serían
Technical
los
Obstacles to
integrantes.
Trade. These are
Acá
the
cabe
members.
señalar que
And it is important to mention
ante los
here
órganos
that
internacionales nuestro punto
when
focal es
dealing with
nuestra
international
Cancillería,
bodies, the Chancellor's
pero
office is
nosotros
the focal
trabajamos como
point, but we
coordinación y como
work
punto
as a
focal para el
focal
capítulo
point
OTC.
for
También formamos
chapter
parte de
of
lo que
TC,
sería el
and we also
Comité de
belong
Medidas
to the
Sanitarias y Fitosanitarias.
Sanitary and Phytosanitary
Y estos
Measurements
serían algunos de
Committee.
los
And
entes
this is our,
reguladores
an
que forman
explanation of
parte
some of
del
the
SNIN y del
regulators that are
comité.
part of SNIN and of
El
the
Ministerio de
committee,
Agricultura y
which would be the
Ganadería,
Ministry of
el Servicio
Farming and
Nacional de
Agriculture
Salud
and
Animal, el
cattle
Servicio
raising,
Nacional,
animal
el
health,
SENAVE, que es de la parte vegetal, y el
SENAVE, which
Ministerio de
is
Salud
for
Pública y Bienestar Social.
produce, the
Está
Ministry
integrado
of
también por
Public
DINAVISA,
Well-being,
que anteriormente
DINAVISA,
también era parte, el
which
INAM, que era el
was
Instituto Nacional de
before INAM, the
Alimentación, que ahora
National
ya es
Institute of
parte de DINAVISA,
Food,
el
that is
Ministerio de
now
Obras
part of
Públicas
INAVISA,
y
the Public Works
la DINATRAM y
Ministry
el
and
Ministerio de Medio
ADINATRAM,
Ambiente.
and the Ministry of
Esos
the
serían en
Environment.
parte de los entes reguladores.
So
En
those
cuanto a
are
la
the
parte
regulators.
normativa y
Now, in terms of
supervisión,
regulation
también
accreditation
forman
matters,
parte el INTN, que sería nuestro Instituto
INTN,
Nacional
which
de
is our
Tecnología,
National Institute of
Normalización y
Technology,
Metrología, y
Regulation and
nuestro
Metrology,
organismo
forms part of that,
nacional de
and our National
acreditación.
Accreditation Organism is also here.
Hmm. Esto sería como un flujograma de cómo
So this is
se
a flow
desarrollan y se
chart
elaboran los
of
reglamentos
how
técnicos aquí en
technical
Paraguay. Esto también
regulations are
es
created in Paraguay.
normalmente realizado por
This is
todos los
usually
entes
done
reguladores.
by all
El
of the
procedimiento suele ser
regulating
similar.
entities. The procedures
Por
is usually
ejemplo,
similar. For
se inicia
instance,
con una solicitud
it
de
all starts
elaboración de
when a
reglamento
request for the creation of
basada normalmente en una
the
norma
regulation is
paraguaya
based
o en algún
on
estándar
a
internacional.
international standard or a
Esto lo suele
Paraguayan
solicitar
standard,
un
and
sector interesado
usually
que puede ser
a
tanto del
sector
sector
could
público o
request this,
como
be
del
it
sector privado.
public or private entities.
Luego se trabaja en la elaboración del
And then
reglamento técnico,
the
siempre
technical
con
regulations
participación del
are
sector público y
elaborated with
privado.
the participation of public and private
Este
actors.
proyecto, una vez que ya hay un
Once
consenso
a consensus has been
a nivel
reached
nacional, por decirlo
at the
así,
national level,
esto se comparte como un
this
borrador, se
is shared
notifica a la
as a
OMC en
draft
el ámbito del acuerdo OTC,
according to
y
the
una
OTC,
vez que
WTO is
se
notified, and
promulga la
once
norma,
the standard is enacted,
la normativa, la regulación
the
basada normalmente en
regulation that
una
is
norma técnica,
based on a technical
esto
standard
también
usually,
es notificada a la
this is
OMC,
the
o si
WTO
ese
is
decreto
notified, or if
requiere a
this
través de
decree
una
requires once
reglamentación
again a
por las partes
regulation
interesadas, podría ser en su caso por el MIC o por Dinavisa,
like MIC or
se
Dinavisa,
procede a la
then
reglamentación
the
a través de una
regulation
resolución
is started through
y
a
eso también
resolution.
nuevamente es
Once
notificada
again, this is
a la OMC
notified to
para la
the
elaboración de
WTO for the
consultas,
creation of
comentarios
consultation
y
process
incumplimiento
and
del compromiso
comments
de
and to
transparencia.
meet
Y una vez que se
transparency
cumple la
obligations.
condenación,
And once
ya
the term is due,
sale esa normativa
then
en
this
vigente.
regulation is enacted.
Si bien acá aclarar
And even
para
though it is
mencionar un
important
poco
to
en la
clarify,
conversación que
to
tuvimos
give
anteriormente
further
con Marina y
explanations,
con
Marina
Sandra
and Sandra
con quienes estuvieron
and other
participando
people who
durante la
participated and us,
organización de
we
este
had
evento,
a conversation while we
nosotros nos
were
percatamos
agreeing for this
que si bien desde
presentation.
Dinavisa
We
nosotros estamos
realized that from the
trabajando
perspective of Dinavisa, we are actually
muy bien
working
y de manera muy
very well
articulada
in a very
con
articulated
Dinavisa para
manner
lo que
within a
sería
visa
el
for
área de
everything
alimentos,
regarding food
nos
matters,
falta
but we're
reforzar un
still
poco o esforzarnos un poco más para
need
lo
to
que
make
sería
greater
el
effort
área de
to
medicamentos y de
encompass
dispositivos
medical
médicos.
devices and
Esa es una parte
medication
que notamos
collaboration because
esa
we
necesidad de
realize
un
that there's a
refuerzo
need. This has to be
para
strengthened
trabajar de manera más
so that
conjunta
we can
y
join forces in a
empezar
better way and
a
we can
notificar también las
start to
regulaciones del
notify
área de
the
medicamentos
regulations
y
of
dispositivos médicos,
medications and medical
porque
devices.
voy
And
a
that is
reconocer que
because
en esa
I
área
must
no
acknowledge
lo
that in this
tenemos
area, we do not
notificaciones
have
por parte de Paraguay a la
notifications
OMC.
given by Paraguay to the WTO.
También comentarles que el SNIM forma parte de
SNIM
lo que sería nuestro
is
sistema
part
nacional
of the
de
national
calidad,
quality system.
forma parte de uno de los
This
muros
is part of one of
del
the
Sistema Nacional de
pillars
Calidad. Como
of the
saben, lo
national
integra
quality
el área de
system.
normalización, que forma parte del
The
INTN, también
standardization is
metrología
part of the
y también
INTN.
por el
Metrology
área de
is also
evaluación de la
INTN.
conformidad.
Conformity
Luego
assessment.
están
Then we
estaría
have
lo que sería la institución del Organismo
the
Nacional de
institution
Acreditación
of the national accreditation
y
or
el
certification
SNIM, que
entity,
formaría
and SNIM,
parte
which
como
is the
punto
last.
focal o
It
trípode
is a
por el
focal
área de
point
las regulaciones
for
técnicas.
technical regulations.
Esto sería un resumen de lo que serían
This is
las
a
funciones
summary
principales
of the main
de nosotros
functions
como
that
punto
we
focal
play as a focal point
y de lo que sería nuestro portal web
of our
del SNIM,
website, the
que
website of SNIM,
permite al
the
público en
portal.
general a
This is
tener
how general
acceso a
audiences
todo el
can have
proceso de
access to
regulación
the whole
que,
regulatory
que nos da a
process.
nosotros pie para
And
hacer
this
toda esa
gives rise for us to
articulación
be able to do
interinstitucional y
the
poder trabajar con
interinstitutional
los demás
collaboration,
entes reguladores de
articulation to
Paraguay
work with other
a tener
regulating
una
entities in
base de
Paraguay
datos
and to have
sobre
a
las regulaciones
database on
nacionales,
national regulations,
porque a través de un decreto
because it
los
is
otros entes
through a decree that the
reguladores
other
tienen también la
regulators
obligación de
also have an
notificarnos a
obligation of
nosotros
notifying
como punto
us
focal sus proyectos de regulaciones.
as the focal point their own regulation processes
Como había
and
mencionado, somos
projects.
un sistema de
We
información
are
que es
an
nuestra
information system
obligación
after
como
all.
compromiso
Our
del acuerdo de
mandate
obstáculos técnicos al comercio
is to remove
bajo el compromiso de
technical
transparencia,
obstacles
tener
to
un portal
trade,
web en el
and
cual
because of our
los
transparency
demás países miembros
obligations, the
de la OMC
portal
puedan
that we
tener
offer
acceso a
is for
nuestras
the rest of the
normativas
WTO membership to be
y
able to
facilitación de la información porque
review our
muchas
regulations and facilitate the
informaciones se
information
encuentran
exchange
en un
because
solo portal
everything is
y
found in the
también
same place.
estamos vinculados a lo que sería el
We're
portal
also connected
del
to
acuerdo de
the
facilitación al comercio
facilitation agreement,
y
the
también eso
facilitation to trade
ayuda
agreement.
a cumplir con los acuerdos que
And
negociamos y
with
con los
this,
acuerdos
we
en
meet
curso
the
para
obligations
todo
that
lo
we
que
have
sería al
negotiated for
capítulo
everything
de
regarding
transparencia.
the chapter of
Y
transparency.
también nos ayuda a tener una
It also
información
helps us to
actualizada de las
keep
notificaciones que provienen de la
notifications
OMC en
information
conjunto
updated, that everything that comes from
con
the
el
WTO,
EPIN.
everything regarding EPIN.
Mm. También mencionarles que en nuestro portal web tenemos un
Our
módulo
web
de
portal
denuncia de
has
barreras
a
en los cuales
module for denouncing
los
barriers to
actores
trade.
interesados, el
So any
público en
interested
general,
party, the general
puede
audiences can present a
presentar una
claim.
denuncia de barrera, el cual
When
nosotros lo
a
analizamos.
barrier has been located,
Se llena un
we look
formulario
into
de
that.
denuncia.
A
Los
formula has to be
funcionarios
filled out,
institucionales
and the
lo pueden revisar.
institution
Nosotros
will
analizamos
look
si
into that.
es
We
algo que
analyze
compete, por
whether
ejemplo, a
it is
Dinavisa
truly something that
o puede competir al
perhaps is a
INTN
DINA visa
o al
or
organismo
INTN
de
scope. to
un-
deal
a un
with,
otro ente
or
regulador, nosotros
some other
trasladamos esa
regulator.
consulta
And
y
so we
posteriormente le
pass
damos
the
una
word
respuesta a
and
la
we
consulta que
provide an
recibimos.
answer to the
También
consultation
como
or the
punto
denunciation
focal
that was
trabajamos
made.
muy de cerca
As a
con
focal
la
point, we also
misión
work with the
de
mission
Cancillería en
of
la
the
OMC
Chancellor's Office
Ginebra.
at the Geneva
Muchas
office
veces ya
of the
tuvimos
WTO.
reuniones bilaterales con
We have
otros
had many
países
bilateral
miembros
meetings
de la
with
OMC para justamente
many
hacer este
other
intercambio de
WTO countries so as
consultas
to have an
a
exchange of
tanto a nuestros
consultations
proyectos de
for
regulaciones
our
como a proyectos de regulaciones que
regulation
hacen los
processes
demás
and
países
for regulation processes
que
of other
forman parte de la
countries,
OMC.
that are members of the
Y
WTO.
con eso
And
yo
with this,
concluyo mi presentación.
I
No sé
conclude my
si,
presentation.
si no antes decir que sí, como para el
But
sector
before
de
that, I
salud
must
y
say
los,
that for the
específicamente los
health
dispositivos
sector, for the
médicos,
medical
tenemos un reto
devices area,
hoy en
we
día
are facing a challenge
de trabajar
nowadays
más conjuntamente,
to
de
work more
transparentar un poco más
closely to
nuestras
make
regulaciones.
our regulation more
Y eso
transparent.
es algo
And this is
que
something
vamos a
that
empezar a hacerlo ahora.
we are beginning
Y más
to
que nada, cualquier cosa, ahí está el link de lo que sería nuestra página web.
strengthen. This is our
Y
website
quedo
link.
abierta a las consultas que
And
puedan
I am
surgir
ready
ahora.
in case you
Muchísimas
have
gracias.
any questions. Thank you.
Andrea, muchísimas gracias, Jo.
Thank you,
Aplauso para
Andrea.
Andrea.
Let's give her a hand.
Es muy importante eso que reconoces también.
What she has
porque
acknowledged is
el
very
objetivo
important. The
de este día
objective
también
of this
reconocer
day is to
las oportunidades
recognize
de mejorías que tenemos aquí.
the opportunities for
Es bueno
improving
que
that we
también
have.
empezamos con una
It's a
aproximación
good
de
thing that
Dinavisa
we start.
con el MIC
We started first
de
with
Paraguay para
Inavisa,
que puedan
explaining
hacer las
Paraguay's MIC
notificaciones
so
a
that
OMC y
notifications to
así
the WTO
quedarse aún
can take
más
place. And in this way,
compliant con las regulaciones
there's more
internacionales. Eso es muy
compliance with
importante.
international
Así que voy a
regulations.
abrir
That's
para
very
preguntas.
important.
No sé
Now we're ready for
si tenemos
questions.
preguntas aquí
Do we have questions in the
para
audience
Andrea.
for Andrea?
Tal vez yo tenía una pregunta, Andrea, más
I
como
have a
una
question,
provocación,
Andrea, or perhaps it's more of a
pensando
provocation.
en otros países y
Considering
otras
what other countries do,
jurisdicciones que
what
también
other
enfrentan los mismos
jurisdictions are
retos
also
de
facing the
notificación
same
y también
challenges of notification,
coordinación interna en
internal
el país.
coordination in the
¿Qué
countries.
piensas que
What do you
que son
think
buenos
could be
consejos
considered as
que
good
se pueden tener
advice
para hacer
that
dar
you could
certo,
give
para que
so
se
that
mejore la conexión interna y
internal
el
connection
sistema
is
de
improved,
notificación? ¿Cómo
the
empezaron, por
notification
ejemplo?
systems are strengthened? How did you get started with that?
Por ejemplo, lo que yo puedo decir en base
What I can
a mi
say,
experiencia,
based
hay
on my
sectores
experience,
con los
there
cuales
are
nosotros
certain
venimos trabajando
sectors
muy
with
bien,
whom we have been
pero eso
working very
también
well, but
es una cuestión de lo
sometimes
que pasa
it is
acá
a
en
matter that
todos
I
los
guess
países, que
it can pass
nosotros los
anywhere,
funcionarios públicos
can happen
rotamos.
anywhere.
Entonces,
We,
como es
public
un
officials,
proceso
there's a lot of
es un proceso
turnover in
bastante
our
continuo
role.
de que tenés que,
So
o cuando hay cambio de
very
gobierno, tenés que
frequently when
volver a
there's a
explicar, tenés que
administration
volver a informar
change,
que
we start
existe
from scratch
un acuerdo, que
with
existe un
the
compromiso de transparencia.
people. We have to explain to everybody that there's an
Entonces,
agreement,
hay
there's a
sectores
transparency
con los cuales
commitment.
ya
So
venimos
there are
trabajando hace
sectors who
tiempo y
are
también de
aware
repente
of
son las
that,
mismas personas.
and
Entonces,
sometimes
como
it
que
is the
ya es
people
algo
themselves.
automático.
So it is something
Y
that is
entonces también
done
cuando nosotros nos damos cuenta que
automatically
nosotros tenemos
almost,
una
and when we
oportunidad, de repente
realize,
es
we
entablar
noticed, okay,
una
here's
reunión
an
y entablar una
opportunity here,
coordinación
we need
y
to start a
empezar
meeting, a
eso.
coordination.
Pero sí puedo decir que por experiencia que es algo que es de
But
repente
in my own
repetitivo,
personal
pero
experience,
creo
this is
que
a
ha de
cycle that
pasar
repeats over and
lo
over.
mismo en todos los demás países.
And I guess this
Es
happens in
un
every
proceso,
country.
nosotros le solemos decir un proceso de evangelización,
It's the
de explicar la
evangelization
importancia
process, as we call
de
it.
hacerle entender a la
It
otra
is
parte
the
de que
process of
de que
letting
pueden quitar,
people
porque no es
know the
solamente que ellos nos
importance that
informen, no es
they
solamente que
have to
Paraguay
keep up
notifique,
the commitments, because it
sino
is not only about
también de
Paraguay
que
notifying others, but
ellos
also
sepan, de que Dinavisa
people
sepa
should
de que
know, the
nosotros
Navisa should
podemos
know,
contactar
that we
con los
can
puntos focales de
contact
los
the
otros
focal
países.
points of other
Yo como
countries.
punto focal puedo
As a
contactar con el
focal
punto focal de
point, I
México,
can talk to the focal point in Mexico or Brazil, and if they have questions about regulations, quality matters, or would like to talk to the focal point, for instance, of the European Union for a specific consultation, we can help. We can work through our position as a focal point. So it's a win-win. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Yo tengo
Thank you very
solamente
much.
un
I
comentario
only
más.
have one
¿Cómo
additional
ustedes
comment.
usan el sistema
How do
IPING,
you
por
use the
ejemplo?
e-ping
¿Usan mucho
system?
el
Do you
sistema
use
de
it
la
a lot,
OMC para mirar
the
las
WTO system,
notificaciones de
to
otros
look at
países?
the notifications
Porque
of
esto es
other
también un
countries?
punto muy
Because that
importante
is
como
another
punto
very
focal,
relevant
que
point
tengan
for
la
focal points
conexión con
obligations, to
otras
be connected, to
autoridades,
be the
pero
liaison
también
with
que
other
puedan
authorities, and
mirar
also to be
en
able
el
to
sistema
look
las
at what's
situaciones
happening
que
in the
cambian y
system,
cómo pueden
what's happening
afectar
with the changes in
Paraguay.
regulations, and how could this
No sé
affect
si
Paraguay.
ustedes como punto focal hacen
You as
ese
focal points,
monitoreo, o
do
si
you
no,
do
¿qué
that
hacen en
monitoring?
Asunción?
And if not, how is that handled in Asunción? Yeah, it's up to us. We are the focal point. And even as of recently, when the OTC meeting is about to happen in 2 weeks, we receive all of the notifications, we receive the concerns of things that are to be presented, and we're already working on that, so as to be able to support a commercial concern that a neighboring country wants to bring to the table. We're working on that. We usually get the list of notifications that the countries offer for the OTC committee and the sanitary and phytosanitary committee as well. So usually we do this, we emphasize more food matters, that's true, or perhaps we look at certain interests. For instance, if now people are so concerned about AI, we are doing a lot of work on AI, or if it's about the environment, there are many regulations for environmental matters. We are providing special attention to those notifications because those matters in the long run, they do not affect everyone equally. I guess that after what we will be working with the medical devices and medications area within AVISA, we are also going to be analyzing those notifications that are given by other countries and also to show them, because this is something that we usually do. We show, demonstrate to other institutions what's to be known about e-ping matters so that they can use it. And last year, no, it was the beginning of this year that we had a training of e-ping. People from the WTO came here to Paraguay, many institutions participated, getting to know what the system is, because it's pretty useful.
Gracias, Andrea. Ese es un
Thank
punto
you,
que Christian
Andrea.
mencionó ayer,
This
que es
is
muy
something that
importante, el uso
Christian
de la
mentioned
plataforma
yesterday. It's
IPING
very
para tener
important. The
conocimiento
e-ping
de las
platform to
regulaciones del
learn
mundo.
about the
Es
regulations
una
around the
herramienta
world.
muy
It
importante
is a
para
very
reguladores
important
y
tool
para el
for
sector privado.
regulators and for
Así
the
que te
private
agradezco
sector.
por
So
su
thank you very
experiencia
much for
práctica.
sharing your
Y si no
practical
tenemos
experience.
preguntas aquí,
And if there are
hay
no
una
further
pregunta
questions,
aquí.
yes, there is a question
Un
here.
ratito, Andrea, por favor.
Muchas gracias, Andrea. Un gusto
Thank you,
verte.
Andrea. Thank you very much. What a
No pudiste
pleasure
estar con
to see
nosotros,
you.
pero pues hay razones
We would have
fuertes que lo
loved to have
impidieron.
you here,
Pero
but
igualmente
I mean,
disfrutamos
you
mucho
cannot
y apreciamos mucho
always
el contenido de tu presentación.
get our way, but
Eh,
we really
a mí
appreciated
me
your
llama la
presentation
atención
from the distance.
de
What strikes
conocer
me is
qué es lo que
getting to
ustedes
know
hacen
what is it that
cuando
you
se genera una
do
preocupación comercial
when
específica
a
que se
specific
lleva a
commercial
las conversaciones
concern is
bilaterales, ya
presented and it
a
has to
nivel de
reach
la
bilateral
Organización Mundial de
negotiations at the
Comercio,
level of the World Trade
y se identifica
Organization.
que
And it is
efectivamente se
identified
estaba
that,
haciendo una
as a
propuesta
matter of
que
fact,
generaba
a
obstáculos técnicos al
proposal
comercio, no
was there
tenía
that
una
was creating
justificación
obstacles and didn't have a
sólida.
reason. It had
En
no
esos casos,
justification for
¿cómo
being.
se
So in
aprovecha
those
esa
cases,
experiencia y ese
how
conocimiento
is that knowledge and
con el resto de
experience
las agencias regulatorias o con la
incorporated
propia agencia
and
regulatoria que
notified
fue la
to other
que lo generó?
regulators, starting
¿Tienen
with the
espacios
regulator
de
who noticed this?
discusión, de
Do
conversación y de
you get
compartir estas
together to
experiencias para
share those
prevenir
experiences
que
to prevent
otras agencias
other
regulatorias
regulatory
eventualmente puedan
agencies to
generar
perhaps
estas mismas situaciones?
create the same barriers?
Sí, justamente eso se haría normalmente a
That's
través
actually the
del
procedure.
Comité Nacional OTC, como
Through
sería
the National
como tal.
OTC
Por
Committee, we
ejemplo,
have those
podría
conversations.
comentar una
For instance,
experiencia
I could tell you from
reciente.
a
Nosotros
recent
notificamos
experience, we notified that we had
un
noticed
proyecto de
that there was
reglamento
a
a nivel
regulation
Mercosur
draft for
y nosotros
Mercosur
en ese caso
that needed
justamente recibimos
attention.
consulta de
We
varios países
received
porque era
consultation from
sobre
different countries because it
etiquetado.
had to do with
Esas
labeling.
cuestiones generan siempre un
And so
especial
those
interés.
matters are always of
em,
great interest
a
for the
través de la
people.
misión de
So through
Ginebra,
the
por ejemplo,
Geneva mission,
contactamos con los que serían
we
nuestra contraparte
contacted
de
our
México, que
counterpart
querían
from
hacernos
Mexico
consultas
because
referente a
they wanted
etiquetado
to
de
make a
productos de bebidas
consultation
alcohólicas, por
about
ejemplo,
alcoholic
que era
beverages
este producto,
labeling.
este caso. Entonces
So that was the
nosotros
case.
coordinamos
And
con
so we
Dinavisa, con el
got
área de alimentos,
coordinated
y
with
se
the
tuvo
food
una
area of
bilateral en la
Dinavisa,
cual
and a bilateral
se,
meeting took
México
place.
tuvo la oportunidad de
Mexico
hacer
had
sus
the chance
consultas y sus
of
aclaraciones
asking their questions and clarifications
con Dinavisa,
with
quien coordina, por ejemplo, a
Dinavisa,
nivel
who
Mercosur, lo que sería la
coordinates at the
Comisión de
Mercosur level
Alimentos.
the Food Commission.
También lo que hacemos es,
Another thing that we
justamente
do
ahora,
is that,
queremos adherirnos como
well,
país
we want
a
to
una
join as a
preocupación,
country
a una normativa de la
to
Unión
a
Europea que es
concern
sobre
of
medio
the
ambiente. Entonces estamos
regarding the
trabajando en
environmental
conjunto
measures of
con
the
un socio de
UE. We're
Mercosur
working with a Mercosur
para
partner to
plantear ese
present that
documento.
point, to
Y
present the
previo a
document.
eso, nosotros
And
tuvimos
before that,
reuniones
we
con
also
todos
had
los entes
meetings
reguladores
with all of
involucrados,
the
del CELACI
regulators
con la
involved,
Cancillería, con el
the
Ministerio de
Chancellor's
Agricultura y
Office, the
Ganadería,
Ministry of
con el Ministerio de Medio
Agriculture,
Ambiente,
and
aquí con
animal
nuestra área que
products
lleva estos
in
temas,
the areas
para
here that are in
trabajar en
charge of
ese
those matters
documento que
so
va a
that
ser
we could
planteado
work on that
y para
document
ver
that's
si
going to be
sí o no
presented and to
el
see
país se iba a
if
adherir
the
a esa
country
preocupación
was going
comercial
to
específica.
adhere to that specific concern.
Podría decir que hasta ahora
So
Paraguay
far,
no recibió
Paraguay
ninguna
has not
preocupación,
received any
pero sí
claim,
ya
any concern,
nosotros
any
hemos
comment,
acompañado unas
but we
cuantas,
have already accompanied
especialmente
several of them,
a normativas de la
particularly
Unión Europea.
European Union regulations.
Perfecto, muchas gracias, Andrea. ¿Hay
Thank
otras
you, Andrea.
preguntas?
Any other questions?
No. Entonces,
There are
con
none?
eso me
All
gustaría
right, so
agradecer
with this, I would
muchísimo,
like to
Andrea, por
thank
tu
Andrea.
presentación. Ah, sí.
Thank you very much for,
Permítanos un
yes, no,
comentario final.
yes, I do have a
Y tú
final
lo
comment.
mencionaste, pero
Sorry
me
to
parece que es
interrupt. You
súper
mentioned
importante
this, but I
hacer
think it's
énfasis
worth
en el trabajo de
highlighting it.
Dinavisa
The work of
para poder
Dinavisa
desarrollar
to be able
su
to
guía sobre buenas
develop their
prácticas
guidelines
regulatorias,
on
tener
good
un
regulatory
área
practices and
responsable en la
have an area
agencia,
that is responsible for that
justamente para asegurarse de que
in the
estén siguiendo
institution
los
so
pasos
that
correctos para poder
the right
generar las
steps are
mejores
followed to
regulaciones. Y
create the
para mí, de
best
verdad, muchas
regulations for
felicitaciones
me.
a Dinavisa
Well, I
porque
just have to say
entre todo lo que
congratulations,
están
Dinavisa,
haciendo,
because amongst
además,
the many
lo
things that
están
you do,
haciendo justamente
you are also
con esta
doing
base
it
correcta.
with
Y como
the
todo
right
proceso, se identificó esta
foundations
oportunidad
as
de mejora en
in
donde
any
faltaba
process,
este
a
paso.
process of improvement was
Afortunadamente,
found
pues ya
because a
se
step was
identificó y estamos
missing.
seguros
Good
de
thing
que
is it was
se va a
identified,
generar el espacio
and I
para
am
poder
certain
hacer
that
ese
the corrections
complemento
will be
y
made so
reiteramos nuestro
whatever is needed
ofrecimiento
will
para
be
poder
done.
apoyar
And we are here to support
si
you
lo
in
consideran
case
pertinente. Pero sí creo que es
you
muy
would
importante
require additional
de
support, but I think it
esta
is very
visión
important to
de
have this vision
incorporar en
of
los procesos
incorporating
operativos de las
in the
agencias
operational
regulatorias
processes of
todo este tema de
regulatory
las buenas
agencies,
prácticas
everything
regulatorias
regarding good
y
regulatory
pues
practices.
nuevamente
And once
que
again,
cuentan con el trabajo
the
que hemos
fact that
hecho como
you
coalición
have the
y en
work that
primera
we have
instancia
done
la
as a
solicitud de
coalition.
COFEPRIS
First
hace
of all,
ya 3 o 4 años
3 or 4
para
years,
generar
COFEPRIS
estas listas de
requested
cotejo de
the
buenas
request
prácticas
for the
regulatorias y
list
de
of good
evaluación
regulatory
de la
practices
conformidad
and
que están
conformity
disponibles
assessment,
ahora sí que
things that
para
are
todos los
now
usuarios, no
available
solamente
for
en
all
América
the
Latina,
users, not
porque no
only
es
in Latin
propiedad de la
America,
coalición,
because it does
es un
not a
instrumento que
property of
desarrollamos
the
para
coalition. It's
beneficio
a tool that we
de
developed
todas
to
las agencias
benefit all
regulatorias,
of the
pero no
regulatory
solo de las agencias
agencies, but not
regulatorias,
only the
también
regulatory
del sector
agencies, but
regulado,
also the
porque en la
regulated
medida en la
sector,
que
because
el
to the
sector
extent in
regulado
which the regulated
conozca
sector
cuáles
can
son
get
las
to know
etapas de
what
estos
are the
procesos que se deben de
stages of
cumplir
those processes that
y en
have to
qué
be
momentos toca
complied with,
intervenir,
and when
pues
is it
vamos a
time
generar
to
de una
have
manera
an
mucho más
intervention or not,
robusta
we
estos
would
espacios
be
de
able to
colaboración
create more
en donde
collaboration
efectivamente se
and more
puedan integrar
spaces
todos los
for
actores
articulation so
relevantes, ¿no?
that all the
Entonces,
relevant actors can
simplemente reconocer de
participate.
verdad,
So
continuar
just once
ofreciendo el
again,
apoyo de la
want to
coalición para Dinavisa y para
acknowledge,
todas las
keep on
agencias regulatorias
supporting
y poner a su
the Visa
disposición
and
los
all of the
instrumentos.
regulators so that
Gracias.
everybody has the right instruments
No,
handy. Thank
perfecto,
you.
muchas gracias, Shul.
Thank you very much,
Y
Sandra.
también gracias a Andrea
And we
Fernández por
thank Andrea
su presentación
Fernandez
hoy.
for her
Es un placer
presentation
tener
today.
usted
It was
aquí.
a pleasure to
Con
have
eso
you
voy a
here
pasar
with
a la
us.
próxima mesa,
And with
pero
this, we're
antes
going to
vamos
start
a
with the next presentation. But before
despedirte,
that,
Andrea. Gracias,
we we need to give a round of applause.
Y estamos aquí siempre a las órdenes.
Thank you very much, and we're always at your service.
Ok, agora vamos passar para la próxima presentación del día.
And so now we're going to go to the next presentation of the day. And for that, I'm going to present Leticia Fonseca, my colleague here. She's the Executive Secretary, Technical Secretary for the IACRC. We did an analysis. It's a very extensive analysis. And Leticia is going to present the results of the study. It's a public study. And we did it this year? No, last year. I'm sorry, last year. Yes. So, Leticia, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here again. And I'd like to start talking a little bit about the project. It was, like Marina said, it was developed by me, by Marina and I. And, sorry. Yes. On behalf of the ABIS, ABIS is an alliance of entities in the medical device sector composed by Brazilian associations of importers and distributors of healthcare products, ABRAID, the Brazilian Chamber of Laboratory Diagnostics, CBDL, and the Advanced Medical Technology Associations, ADVAMED. We discussed this project in the beginnings of 2025 with Anvisa. And the point is, Anvisa is having a lot of problems related with backlogs and human resources, and asked us to compare where other countries are related with this point. And the motivation for this study stems from the widening gap between the rapid expansions of the global medical technology market, the institutional capacity of regulatory authorities to keep pace with this evolution. And we analyze maps, economic, productive, and regulatory information on medical device technology sector across Brazil, Argentina, Canada, Colombia, Mexico, and the United States. And the period that we analyzed was from July 2024 until June 25. So maybe some information here are not up to date now. This Brazilian scenario was the population aging, projected to increase 92.7% in the population aged 60 plus by 2050, and high incidence of chronic diseases, growth of the national market reached around 15 billion, growing to 11.5%, a pace higher than the global average. And for GGTPS, the General Manager of Health Products Technology, they are responsible for the register and notification of the products. They are responsible for pre-market approval. The reality was growing demand for product regularization, greater complexity of devices, continuous advances of new technologies, and workplace stagnation. The regulatory structure has not grown at the same rate. That's the problem that we try to look at. And here I put a lot of tables comparing some countries, these countries that I told, and we can see the United States, in terms of population, it's the biggest one, and Brazil is the second one. And we have health in spending the 9.89% for Brazil and 17.36% for the United States. And we have a big country with big issues, and Anvisa has to regulate all of this with a small number of human resources. The first point that we tried to look was the regulatory convergence. because, as you can see, you always are working with good regulatory practice, reliance, and all the documents that WHO developed and IMDF also. And we look, okay, let's see, in terms of IMDRF and MDSAP, where are each country? Anvisa is a founding member of the Management Committee and a founding member of the board of MDSAP. The same for Health Canada and United States. ANMAT is an official observer of the Management Committee and and affiliated member of the MDSAP. COFEPRIS, affiliated member, both MDSAP and IMDRF, and INVIMA, just IMDRF. When we look for a report that every year is published by IMDRF related of the implementation of documents, in this case, the last one was in September of 25, we can see that Anvisa have more than 79% of the documents incorporated or fully or partially incorporated. Health Canada, 86%, United States, 100%, ANMAT, 41%, and COFEPRIS and INVIMA, and this doesn't appear in this report. They didn't report the incorporation of any of the documents in the IMDRF. When you look for human resources, and in this case, we are looking for the number of professionals related with all the life cycle of medical device, not only the pre-market, but the pre-market, the inspections, the post-market. We can see in the number non-official that ANMAT have approximately 100 of works that works in different areas of ENPM. Anvisa, 113. According to the data of Transparency Portal in Brazil, they have this information public available. They had 48 professionals in July of 2025. Just one more than they had in 2015. A structured deficit that compromised agility and predictability regulatory. For Health Canada, on official date, we found 155 professionals allocated in the Directorate of Medical Device responsible for licensed products. Anvisa, this is an official number. 65 responsible for medical devices and other technologies like anatomical components. There are fluid cells, tissues, among others, and in vitro reagents that are analytical grade, specific analytic, and general laboratory use. That's not regulated by Anvisa and the others national regulatory authorities that we are listed here. The US FDA, and this information is from July 2025, 2,060, sorry. I always be confused about. And for COFEPRIS, also an official date, we found 42 professionals. When we look for the risk classification, we can see that ANMAT and Anvisa follow the harmonized Mercosur, which refers to the regulation from Europe, the regulation 745 and 746 for medical devices and IVD medical devices. Health Canada and INVIMA for the medical devices follow the Directive 9342, the European Union, and There is no, I didn't found data for medical devices in VIMA, and for Health Canada also. United States, they don't apply a risk classification process, rules. They don't apply a risk classification rules. They use a different type of classification. They have committees that study the product and design a risk class for them. And they have a database with more than 1,700 genetic types classified and grouped into 16 medical specialties. For COFEPRIS, unfortunately, we couldn't compare because the data is available only on the pharmacopoeia that we have to buy to have access, and we can't compare this data. When you look for the legal deadline for regularization of the products, for a MAT, Class 1 and 2, and A and B, Class 1 and 2 of medical devices, and A and B of in vitro diagnostics, 15 working days. For Class 3 and 4, and C and D, medical devices and IVD, 110. For Anvisa, they have different periods for depends of the type of the medical device. For equipment, 250. For materials, 320. And for IVD, 365 days. Health Canada, the Class 1 products are exempted of control. Just the company have to have the establishment license. For Class 2, 15 days. Class 3, 75 days. Class 4, 90 days. For INVIMA, Class 1 and 2A for medical device, 2 days. Class 1 and 2 for IVD, 2 days. 2B and 3 for medical device, 9 days. 3, 90 days. For United States, they have the MEDUFA performance goals and procedures. We had fiscal years 2023, 223, 227. And Class 1 and 2, for some products, Class 1 are exempted, but there are some products that have to have the 510K, and in this case, in the year of 2024, 124 days and 112 days. And Class 3, 209 days and 285 days. For COFEPRIS, if we look to the agreements for the process simplification, Class 1, 12 to 30 days, business days. Class 2, 25 to 30 days. Class 3, 30 days to 35 days, and depend of the route chosen, abbreviated or simplified. Anvisa, Health Canada, in the United States, we can find information about timelines. And these are official informations that we found in the databases that they have. For medical devices, equipment, medical devices, you can see the timeline, the legal timelines is 250, and all of the process, all of the register, this is only for Class 3 and 4, all the registers are below the legal deadline. Here, you can see in blue, you can see the average time, and in green, you can see the quantity. And for in vitro diagnostics, the same information. All of them are below the legal deadline. But when we look for medical devices, the area where is the higher number of processes, we can see another thing. When you look for the medical devices, except implantable orthopedics, we can see that all of them, the media was registered above the timeline. We can see the worst case was in July, and in July the average time was the 500. And if we look for orthopedic material implantable, the same situation. All of them are above, yes, the legal timeline. And nowadays, since 4 months ago, Anvisa is trying to resolve the backlog. And they change the way they are analyzing. They are calling, they are grouping some kinds of process and trying to call the companies to clarify some doubts, trying to make these things more quickly. And until now, I think it's working. But we have to wait more 3 months to know better about the data. When you look for Health Canada, in red, the legal deadline, sorry, it's too small. In red, the legal deadline. In blue, the average time. They are above in all of the class 2 license. For the period, legal period is 15 days. For class 3 license, the same situation. All of them are above. And for class 4, also, yes. With this, you can see that it's not only Anvisa's problem. I think the situation is almost the same for many different regulators. And for United States, for 510K, we can see the same situation. Most of the 510K issues are above the legal deadline, and the pre-market also. You can see the quantities, you can see the average time. And with that, when we showed this for Anvisa, they could see that it's happened. It's happened because the aging of the population, because the quantity of new products, the different technology that all the times comes, and the difficult for the regulator to look at this market and do things. And the answer maybe for that is reliance, that many different national regulatory authorities are looking for nowadays, and try to do the things different. Maybe find a way to be better and preserve the quality of the products on the market, but have better results to put the products on the market with less time. And I think is the last one, and the regularization fees. And this vary a lot. We have products that the companies have to pay more than, let me check, $166. But we have some situations like for pre-market approval in the United States for big companies, not for small companies, that goes around more than $500. Yeah, sorry, I use it, confuse it with that. But you can see in the post. And with that, I like to invite you to know the report. All the documents are available nowadays in Portuguese and in English, but we almost finished the Spanish translation. But it's a very interesting, we have data about the market, not only the regulatory, but we look at also for the market, and you can have all this information here. Thank you, and sorry for the numbers. I can't see any question. No, here. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you so much for that really insightful report. I know it's a tremendous amount of work to put together, so I congratulate you on that, and thank you for sharing that with everyone. Diane Wurzburger, GE Healthcare. I just wanted to make a note, I guess, that make a comment about the differences you showed in the number of employees per the regulators, as well as the cost, the regulation fees. Part of the opportunity that I have had is to be part of the MDUFA we have in the United States through the trade associations, the opportunity to talk with the FDA about the upcoming renewal or reauthorization of the fee cycle. And they are talked together about programs meaning, what do we anticipate from a technology perspective is coming, and what FDA would need in order to be able to meet the expectations of what they need to do, their role in ensuring safe and effective products reach the market. Our fees that are determined through those negotiations are actually tied to the number of resources you see. The fees that are paid for those PMAs or 510Ks are used by the agency to hire scientific experts, reviewers, clinical experts, post-market experts, so that they're anticipating through the renewals of those fees of what they will need resource-wise in order to meet those timelines. It's all connected. And I think it's very important because the money we provide goes directly to the agency in order to enable the work that they need to do to protect the public.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Diane. Last week we had a meeting with Melissa Torres and COFEPRIS, and she explained for us, not for us, how the MDUFA is worked, and it's very interesting. But in this case, we just put the number. It's just a table.
So we have una pregunta Sandra, después Claudia.
So let's go with Sandra and then Claudia.
Gracias. Y muchísimas gracias, Diane, por tu comentario.
Thank you, and thank you, Diane, for your comment. And more than a question, it's a comment. We've seen that in many places, not only in Latin America, but worldwide, regulators are not financially independent. And that creates an additional bottleneck to be able to efficiently solve the challenges regulatory agencies face. And so it's really interesting to see that regardless of the fact that the FDA has this mechanism, resources are still
Esa es una de las
insufficient.
razones por las que, por
And
ejemplo,
so that
la
is one of the
FDA, con
reasons
todos esos
why
recursos,
the FDA,
decidió
even when having all
incorporarse, o
of
de hecho
those
decidió
resources,
liderar la iniciativa de
decided to
MDSAP.
lead the MDSAP
No
initiative,
hay
and
recursos que vayan a ser
incorporate and lead
suficientes
that
jamás para hacer
initiative.
todo lo que
There's never
queramos
going to be
hacer,
enough
pero
resources to do
mucho menos
everything that we want to
cuando las
do,
autoridades
but
regulatorias
there's not going to
ni
be enough
siquiera tienen la
resources when regulatory
oportunidad
authorities
de
don't
buscar
even
su
have
propia
the
autosuficiencia.
opportunity
Y en
to
ese sentido,
find their own
verdaderamente, pues
self-sufficiency.
felicitamos la
And for
iniciativa que
that,
está
we
teniendo la
really want to
COFEPRIS en este momento
congratulate
para
what the
conocer
initiative the
otras
COFEPRIS has
opciones
right
para
now
poder
to find
negociar
out
con
about
el gobierno,
other
porque eso no
options
es
to be
una
able to
decisión autónoma.
negotiate with the
Hay que
government, because it's
cambiar
not an
leyes, hay
autonomous
que
decision.
cambiar muchos
There's
esquemas
some
para que los
law
reguladores
changes
puedan
and
ganar
scheme changes that are required so that the
independencia
regulators
financiera.
can actually
Y me
have
parece
this
que eso otra
financial
vez parte del
independence.
trabajo que
And I
tenemos que
believe
hacer
that that's part of the
todos
work that
juntos,
we also have to do
primero para
together,
poder
everybody
mostrarle a
together.
los reguladores
First,
que hay
to
otras
show
opciones que
regulators
están
that there are
funcionando
other options that are
y
working,
que pues
and
estamos ahí para ayudarles para
that we
poder
are there to help them,
construir
to
estas
assist
opciones y
them,
para
so that
poder
we can build
entender los entramados
on these
legales que se
options, so that we
tienen
can
que
understand all the
con los que se tiene
legal
que trabajar para
pathways
poder lograr
that we have to
estos
work with,
resultados.
so that we can
Algo que es
achieve these results.
extraordinariamente importante
Something that is
también
extraordinarily
en
important
Medusa
also,
es el que no
as
es
part
nada
of
más
Medusa,
la
is
industria
that
entrega los
it's not
recursos
only
para que la
Medusa,
FDA,
it's
los
not
recursos
the
económicos para que la
industry is
FDA
given the
tenga los
financial
recursos
resources for
de
the
cualquier
FDA
naturaleza que
to
necesite
have
para
the
tener
whatever
una
type of
operación
resources they require so
eficiente,
that they can have
sino
an
que hay
efficient type of
indicadores
operation.
que están
It
ligados
not
a
only
eso.
stops there, there
No
are
es como una
indicators
caja
that are
negra donde
connected
va a
to
parar
that.
el dinero
It's
de la
not just a
industria.
black box
Hay
where all the money,
indicadores en reportes
industry's money is going to go into. No,
trimestrales
there are
de cómo
indicators or
está
quarterly
utilizando
reports
la
on
agencia los
how
recursos
the
que se le están
agency is
entregando.
using the
Y esto
resources that
pues genera un
is
mecanismo
being
de
provided.
accountability, de
And this also
responsabilidad
creates like this
sobre el uso de
accountability and
los recursos
responsibility
que al
mechanism
final
on the use of the resources.
demuestran este
And at the end of the
accountability
day,
en relación
that
con
proves that
la salud de los
accountability,
pacientes, con la seguridad de
and
los
it's
pacientes,
related
porque el
to
resultado final es
public health,
cómo
the
hacemos
health
para
of the
que
patients,
los
the
pacientes tengan
safety of the
acceso
patients, because
a
at the end of the day
dispositivos
is how
médicos,
can we make sure the
a
patients have
estudios
access to medical
clínicos,
devices,
muy
to
diversas
clinical trials or clinical
herramientas para
studies and
poder
analysis. So
ganar
it
en
includes
términos de
many
salud.
tools
Y por
that we
otro
can
lado,
use to
algo que
win
también es muy
in the
importante
health
de este
area. And
programa
another part that's also
es
very
que
important
la
of that
FDA
program is
reconoce,
that the
y estoy
FDI
hablando por la FDA desde
acknowledges,
la
and I'm
perspectiva de lo que
speaking
nosotros hemos
from the
recibido como
perspective of what
beneficios
we
de la
have
FDA,
received as benefits
reconoce
from the
la
FDA.
necesidad de
So we've
desarrollar
seen that the FDA is
capacidades
acknowledging
en el
the
mundo,
need
no
to
solamente
develop
a nivel de los
capabilities
reguladores, sino
worldwide,
también
not
a
only
nivel
for
de
regulators, but
los
also
regulados. Y dentro de
those who are
Medusa se
regulated.
negocia
And
un
as part of the
capítulo
MUFA,
justamente para el trabajo
they also
internacional.
negotiate a
Entonces,
chapter for international
reconoce
work.
su responsabilidad como
So they
ciudadanos del
recognize
mundo
their
y
responsibility as
hoy, por
world
ejemplo, en
citizens
esta
in this
semana,
aspect. And
nosotros
this week,
nos
or
beneficiamos
right
justamente
now,
de
for
eso,
example,
del
we
tiempo de los
can benefit from
profesionales, de los
that,
expertos de la
the
FDA que
time
le
that
dedican
the
a este
professionals
trabajo
and the
tiene
experts
que
of
ver
the
justamente
FDA
con esas
dedicate to this
negociaciones.
type of
Entonces,
work has to do
sabemos que
with
están
those
esos
negotiations.
recursos,
So we know that we
somos de
do
los
have those
primeros que aprovechamos
resources.
para utilizar
We are
esos
ones
recursos
of the
para
first
traer
ones
ese
who
conocimiento
use those
a la
resources and
región
try
y
to
al mundo,
bring
porque lo
that
hemos hecho en
knowledge to
muchos
the
lugares del
region and
mundo,
the world. We've done
afortunadamente.
this in many
Pero
places
es un
around the
esquema
world,
que
fortunately.
vale la pena,
But
insisto,
it's
que
a scheme
conozcamos y que
that I
busquemos
think we should all
cómo
learn about,
encontrar
and we should all
oportunidades en los
try to
diferentes
find
países
the
para
right
poder lograr
opportunity for the
esta
different
autonomía
countries
financiera.
so that
Que
we
no
can
quiere
have
decir
this
que queramos
financial
tener una autonomía
autonomy.
financiera
It doesn't
en el
mean that
nivel de la
we
del
want to
la
have
FDA. No
this
vamos a
financial
tener
autonomy
2.500
at the level
personas
of the
en
FDA. We're
cada
never
país
going to
de
have
América Latina dedicados a
2,500
eso,
people
porque además
working
sería un
in Latin
desperdicio
American countries
brutal,
dedicated to
perdón
that,
por la
because it will
coloquialidad,
be a waste
tremendísimo de dinero.
of power,
Tenemos
and
Reliance,
of money there.
aprovechemos Reliance,
I mean, we
pero
have Reliance, they take
Reliance
advantage of
per se
Reliance,
tampoco
but
va a resolver
Reliance
todos
by
los problemas de
itself
las
is not going to
agencias.
solve
La autonomía financiera,
all the
los
issues the
procesos
agencies have.
estructurados, la
Financial
implementación de
autonomy,
los
structured
sistemas de gestión de
processes, the
calidad en los
implementation
mismos
of quality
reguladores
management
son
systems
pues
within the
varias de las
regulators
cosas que se
are
necesitan
several
para
of
que
the things that
logremos
are
llegar a los
required so that
pacientes
we
de una
can
manera mucho
achieve
más eficiente
and get
y
to
que
the
los
patients
reguladores
in a
también
more
puedan
efficient
cumplir
way,
con sus
and for the
objetivos y con
regulators to
sus
be able
obligaciones
to
legales
fulfill
de
their
una manera
objectives and
mucho
their legal
menos
obligations
estresante, porque
in a less
sabemos que el
stressful way,
nivel
because we do know the level of stress the regulators have throughout the world. We know the pressures that as an industry we are setting on them for them to give us results. So we're still working in collaboration, and we do this from several angles. Thank you.
Gracias, Sandra. Sí,
Thank
hay
you,
una
Sandra.
pregunta allá.
And there's another question back there.
Acá estoy ya, ya tengo micrófono,
Claudia?
gracias.
Yes, I have the microphone here.
Sí,
Thank you.
muchas gracias, buen día.
So thank you very
En
much
el
and good
slide que
morning.
presentaste,
There was a slide you
donde
presented
mencionas los tiempos
where
que
you
están
talked about
marcados por
the
regulación
timelines that
cada una de
are
las
set forth
agencias,
in the regulations in
¿tienen
each one of the
data
agencies.
real de
Is that
cómo es la
real
teoría
data?
versus la
I
realidad?
mean, on what is the theory versus the reality?
We use it. official databases. Anvisa report, it's up-to-date every day. Anvisa have this report. For FDA, the same. For Health Canada, we have to ask for the reports. Are always official data.
E esse me parece ponto só para complementar importante, porque
And this is an important point because of the countries that we selected, we always try to get the official data. So from Brazil, we have what is online, from the United States also what is online, from Canada, we ask for them and they do send them. And so the rest are just estimated by the companies that deliver information, but they are not official data because we don't have open official data from all the other areas. So that's something else. This is something that is important so that we can also have this involvement of authorities, but also have it from the industry, so that we can know how the data has evolved. That's something that we talk about in our study, in this idea that we have to have transparency to analyze it.
Sorry, just to complement. And I think this is very important, not only inside the National Regulatory Authority, but outside. This is transparency. And inside of the National Regulatory Authority, it's important to know where we are and what we have to do to go ahead and have less pressure from the sector, for internal. It's very important to have the data.
Yeah, I guess the concern is because we see the official data that is per regulation, right? But in practice, at least here in Mexico, the timelines are far off, right? So I guess a follow-up question will be, in the case of Anvisa, how did Anvisa make that transition? Because at some point in time, Anvisa started publishing, the metrics. Before they didn't. So how was that process, and how can we learn that from other regulatory bodies for them to try to implement and go into that?
I think the answer is nowadays all of process in Anvisa, not only the process, all documents, everything is by electronic system. And with the systems, they track when the process enters, when the process goes to the area, when the first analysis happens, the second, they publish, they have all these pieces, and all this data is available, not only in official open data from the government, but inside Anvisa, they have a Power BI, and you can look at this tool and know about all the times and all the situations for all Anvisa, not only for medical devices. Every kind of process in Anvisa is inside of this database.
And I think just to add, I think to this, we talked about this in the beginning of the week, con relación con la sistema de gestión de la calidad de las agencias.
Regarding the quality management system of agencies, if they start with a process to establish a quality management system, naturally speaking, this is how transparency and monitoring of data should take place. That is why it's an important step to first start with a plan for a quality management system within the authority's office. That's just to add up to what's been said.
E solo para, just to complement, Anvisa, since 2014, implemented different ways to try to lidar com o backlog. To deal with the backlog. Yes, different ways. First, they had the figure of cadastro. It's a simple way to make the register for class 1 and 2. And after that, they goes to a notification. Notification it's very simple because it's an electronic process. The process didn't suffer a technical analysis. And they try many different ways, and for less the reliance process.
Gracias, Leticia. Felicitaciones a vos y al equipo por el trabajo. Es un montón de información estructurada de una manera muy
Thank you.
clara.
It's a lot of information. It's very clearly established, and it's very important so that we can invest the effort at the regional level. My consultation would be, first of all, if this is all concentrated in Anvisa, and if you have a continuation of this process with a focus on another country, and the second one, how is it that we companies can collaborate so as to keep updated data, taking advantage of the fact that an information structure has been designed, something that is very valuable. And this is the third one. If you're going to socialize this through the chambers of guild associations in Latin America to strengthen the connection, make certain that the information is updated.
Yes. First point. We don't have until now research for the continuation of this project, but we, by the coalition, we are tracking these metrics, and it's very important for us to have this data, because until now we can track Anvisa, Health Canada, and United States, and we received some data from AMID, but the other countries we don't have anything. Sometimes in the report we put data related that we receive from one or two companies, but one or two companies, it's not a data. Please, Sandra.
Gracias. Y complementando la respuesta de Leticia, como coalición tenemos un grupo de trabajo justamente
we have as a coalition a group that works with metrics. We are about to update all of the leaders and co-leaders of those task forces. So it's in our hands now to be able to publish the existence of those new leaders, precisely to be able to work directly with the companies so that they share information confidentially with the coalition, so that we can add them for all of the countries that do not have the tools for the consolidation, not in the private or the public sectors. We see it is absolutely critical to measure, because if you don't measure things, you cannot know if you have to improve, how to improve. It's critical. When we know that the fact that regulators have tools to be able to have those metrics and publish them in a transparent way, this is a process that requires investment in terms of money, time for the developing of systems. It won't happen overnight. So in this shared responsibility that we have, we can help the authorities with the information that we actually produce from the private initiative, so that it can reflect what is happening with the procedures, with the approval times, with the effectiveness of the different approval pathways. We need to build that on our own. We know that the company have their own systems to control that information, so how can we capitalize that to concentrate that through the coalition in a confidential manner with this task force that we have, not only that we can share it with companies so that they can be compared to the average of their countries, which is another very important element, but also with the main objective of being able to share this with the regulating agencies, so that even if it's just with a non-exhaustive perspective, because we understand it's not going to be all-inclusive, but if they could have at least a reference of how their processes are functioning, what results are they getting, until the ideal time comes in which we can all have digital tools and we can publish them all to benefit everyone. Thank you.
¿Hay otras preguntas? Estamos en el tiempo.
Are there any other questions? Because we are running out of time
Así
here.
que voy a agradecer mucho a Leticia.
So, Leticia, thank you very much.
In crime,
my partner in
en
crime.
ese proyecto. Y
thank you for
vamos a cambiar
presenting.
ahora para
Now we're
otra
going
mesa,
to
pero
switch to the next table, and let's give Leticia a big hand as a thank you. Thank you.
Y con eso llamo a Sandra Ligia para el
Sandra,
próximo panel.
let us invite the next panel.
Pues muchas gracias Leticia y Marina.
Thank you very much, Leticia, Marina. And we're looking forward to continue with this work. We're always looking for initiatives that contribute with economic funds so as to be able to do the work, because we are very lucky to have the expertise, the voluntary, generous expertise of the experts that we have to develop the work. So let us hope that we can have good news in the near future. I would like to invite to come up here Angélica Celaya, verifier of the Sanitary COFEPRIS Verificating Commission. She is joining us virtually. She is Executive VP of Regulatory Master of APAMED. Fatima Jasrujan, Senior Director of Regulatory Policy International and Harmonization for Medtronic, member of the IMDRF Industry Group, aside from being a permanent and very active member of all of the work that are done at APAMED and the coalition, so that we can all talk about the role of producers in ensuring quality, safety, and performance of medical devices. Could you please join us here? Thank you.
Can you hear us?
Melissa.
Sí, estoy aquí y te puedo oír.
Estupendo.
Yes, I'm here and I can hear you. And just...
Gracias. Fatima, please. Melissa is joining us after being released from the hospital. She was planning to be, perdón, Melissa está acompañándonos aquí después de
Melissa's joined us after a stay at the hospital. She had all the willingness to be here in person, but because of health concerns, she couldn't attend. But now she has recovered enough and she's so committed. She's always very committed, and that is why she's joining us via Zoom. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you very much for your participation today. And with this, now, let me start first the conversation about the role of manufacturers in ensuring quality, safety, and performance. During the last 5 days, we've been speaking about regulations and the level of prescription and the level of scope and reach of what definitions that have been established by regulatory frameworks have, so as to be able to define the requirements that medical devices and reagents for in vitro diagnosis should comply with, so that patients in different countries are safe. We have the guarantee that the medical devices that they are receiving are of a high quality, are safe, and will perform in the way in which were designed, and that they will be beneficial. At the end of the day, that is one side of the coin. The other side of the coin, which I would say has the greatest responsibility, is precisely the producers, because the producers are the ones who are telling regulators, look at this product, it is safe, it has quality, it is going to do this and that, and I guarantee that. So this part of the equation, we had not discussed it, and it is very important to do so. We need to bring this to the table so that we reconfirm not only for producers, but also for the regulatory authorities, why is it that the final responsibility lies on the producer, and what are they doing to make certain that they're truly offering the right type of guarantees? So let me start this conversation with Melissa. Melissa, let's start with you. We know that, well, you left the FDA after many years. Recently, you left the FDA. So you discuss these matters with producers. You have the perspective now as a member of APAMED of what you know about things that FDA considers as most relevant for assigning responsibilities about everything regarding what should be observed for devices. Yes, and I apologize because my voice is still not recovered.
After being with FDA for 21 years, I was involved in a lot of initiatives, especially, and worked closely with industry as well. And it's always a partnership between the regulator and industry. And I know that sounds a little strange, but to be able to implement these requirements appropriately, it takes both sides, and recognizing there needs to be flexibility in the frameworks that are set up as well to accommodate. So there's multiple angles, and you'll hear presentations here today that talk about this very same concept. So, for example, in one area, quality management systems is an area where, for example, a regulator sets up a regulation, and I was responsible at US FDA for changing the regulations to move to use ISO 1345. But that doesn't give step-by-step for every requirement. I mean, it says a general framework, and that really depends on the risk of the product that's being manufactured, the services that are being done in a facility, it's all kinds of different considerations, but it really is up to the manufacturer and how they implement to meet those requirements. And the regulator allows for some flexibility and some parameters of which then the manufacturers can meet those requirements. And so there's a lot of different examples, and I believe Fatima is going to go through a presentation in a bit to talk about that. But I lessons learned of just being on the other side as well, that a lot of the projects and successes that we had as an agency were because we worked together in harmony with industry. We really sought the feedback of what worked for industry and what worked for the manufacturers. And what worked for us. And I know some other topics we'll talk about is agility of regulatory frameworks. Again, that's all in partnership, really understanding, because when you implement regulations and requirements in a jurisdiction, it can cause problems for manufacturers to get products out into the market. You can create undue burdens, and you heard all of the trade barriers that can be created by putting unnecessary regulatory requirements. And so one of the things that I did at FDA was really push for this notion of reliance and global harmonization. And I led the efforts from the US perspective in a lot of these key areas. And so I'm very sad to not have been there this week. For those that heard me last week, I was sick last week as well on the mid for presentation. I really had hoped to be there, but I'll try my best to participate here. I've heard great feedback that's been going on, and I'll pause there so that way, we can get into some of the discussions, and happy to contribute as I can.
Y quisiera yo ahora movernos justamente
hacia. So let us now speak of the perspective of producers, so that after that we can continue with the presentation from the perspective of regulators in Mexico, and with that we can start a conversation so that we can all learn new things. Fatima, could you please help us here?
All right. Buenos dias. Good morning. I learned something. All right. I'm just going to wait for my slides to get uploaded. All right, so as it's getting, oh, there we go. Thank you so much. Okay, so for today, I'm going to focus on manufacturers' role in ensuring that medical devices are safe, effective, and they perform as intended under the highest level of quality. All right, so this is actually one of my favorite slides because it has fun visual on it, but at the same time, I get the opportunity to really talk about why we are here and what's the purpose behind regulators and industry working together. So regulators and manufacturers, from my perspective, are really two sides of the same coin, as Sandra was alluding to. So the picture on the left side, what I try to depict, one of those figures are represent regulators, and the other one represent manufacturers, and you see the cloud puzzle together. And it's that synergy that's important and it's essential to make sure that together we serve our patients, and together we serve our patients in a way that they have timely access to safe and effective medical devices. Okay, so where do we get the confidence to do that, to make sure that devices are safe and effective? Conformity assessment is really what gives us that confidence that the device is safe and performs as intended and meets the essential principles of safety and performance. And these criteria are actually listed in the IMDRF guidance document. So really, it's more than a regulatory checkpoint if you really think about it, and it's really a foundational practice. So conformity assessment is really a foundational practice. And if I want to put it in simple terms, it's how the manufacturer shows that this device does what it says it does, and it does it safely. Okay, so this slide shows the conformity assessment is not really just one document or it's just one activity. It's actually a system. And these items that are listed here are actually, again, directly from the IMDRF guidance document. IMDRF is really trying to paint conformity assessment as the backbone of trust in our medical devices and IVDs. So these elements are quality management system, or QMS, which I will get into in a little bit. The system for post-market surveillance, and I know Tammy a few days ago actually got into this in great details. I'll touch on this a little bit as well. Technical documentations, which actually helps us demonstrate adherence to essential safety and performance principles, and it offers really a transparent blueprint for our product lifecycle. Declaration of conformity, which is really a manufacturer's pledge that each device meets the stringent criteria that are set forth by our regulators. And finally, registration of manufacturers and their medical devices and IVDs. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time about QMS. QMS is really our license to operate. So having a robust QMS is very, very important. And it's our ability to demonstrate that our medical devices and IVDs are developed in a controlled, safe environment that are well-defined. And our QMS is designed as a closed-loop system, ensuring that there is a continuous improvement, and I have a visual to depict that in a little bit. And we want to make sure that we have an ability to analyze any root causes. We have the ability to implement corrective and preventative actions. And also, at the same time, we have to make sure that we comply with governing laws, regulations, and any relevant principles of safety and effectiveness or performance, because those are all crucial. MDSAP and ISO 13485 also serve as a benchmark for QMS. And we leverage international standards such as ISO 13485 to ensure consistency and liability. And lastly, QMS supports robust business operations, integrating post-market surveillance for lifecycle management. So to keep producing devices, you really need to have an engine that's constantly running in the background. And that engine is really our QMS. And it applies across the total product lifecycle, from management responsibility, design, production, purchasing controls, and so forth. So in our world of medical device and IVD manufacturing, these terms can have literal life and death implications. And I'm going to get into these in more detail. So management responsibility means that the highest level of executives in our company are personally on the hook. What I mean by that is that they're accountable for our company's policy and dedicated resources to safety. So if a device fails, those executives that are in the C-suite, they're all responsible. So QMS forces them to know about what goes on in all levels of the manufacturing. Under the design and development pillar, a company must audit its entire life cycle So we have to track every design input and output and rigorously verify that the design works safely before production begins. That brings me to production and service. So production and service mandates strict environmental control. So we are talking about clean rooms, where a single speck of dust cannot get into our surgical tool that we are manufacturing, for example. It also covers equipment calibration, like meaning that equipment that builds our devices have to be incredibly accurate. And we have to track non-conformance and non-conforming materials. So the QMS actually dictates that the bad batch is tracked, is isolated, and is discarded. So it never accidentally makes it to the finished products or the finished device. Purchasing control. What this means, because this means that manufacturers have to build they either have to build every components, or if they don't, in many cases we see a lot of manufacturers actually go out and they purchase components like chips or batteries. So in those cases, manufacturers still have the responsibility, and they have to make sure that they audit their suppliers. So let's take an example here. Let's say if my company builds pacemakers, and if we are buying a battery from a third-party supplier, our QMS says that it's our responsibility to ensure that this supplier performs flawlessly and operates flawlessly. So we cannot just source components from the cheapest bidder, go on eBay, just for kicks and giggles, go on eBay and say, well, this supplier is cheaper, so we go with that supplier and then call it a day. No, we have to conduct rigorous audit of our third-party suppliers as well. That's part of our QMS. Why? Because if that battery, sticking with that example, if that battery inside that pacemaker fails, the regulator won't go after the supplier. The regulator will actually go after the pacemaker manufacturer. And why? Because we failed to enforce the purchasing control. So that's why purchasing controls is very important as part of QMS. The next pillar is management analysis and improvement, which mandates review mechanism for customer feedback, internal audits, control of non-conforming products, and CAPA. So product launch is not the grand finale. And after the launch, our QMS mandates pulling real-world data, which leads to discovery, finding out how the device interacts with unique patient anatomy, and maybe some edge cases, and we need to feed all of that back. The next pillar is authorization and registration, which ensures devices and facility registrations are accurately authorized and documented according to local jurisdictional requirements, so wherever we intend to market. And last but not least, adverse event reporting. And I know Tammy covered this extensively, so I won't go into the details, but I do like to highlight that manufacturers or their documented representatives in the jurisdiction that they market in are responsible for following the reporting requirement of that jurisdiction and take the appropriate actions when necessary. So QMS is important, right? And it's important to describe the site activities so regulators know what to look for in that QMS. Why we keep talking about QMS? Why it matters so much? Well, let's take another example. Let's think of your favorite video game. Mario Party for me. Right? Many of you, I see a lot of nods. It's a favorite, it's a very popular game. So unlike a glitch in that video game that makes your favorite character Mario fall, a glitch in real world, sticking with my pacemaker example, it can actually stop someone's heart. So it can have a death and life implication. That's why QMS matters. And as I said, manufacturer's responsibility doesn't end when the device is authorized or launched. So it's not like the device goes to the market and we wash our hands and we kiss it goodbye. It doesn't work like that. There's always a pre-market and a post-market aspect to a device. Why? Because safety doesn't stop at market authorization or market launch. And post-market surveillance is vital to ensure safety. And that's how we learn from real-world use. And we learn from those edge cases, patients with unique anatomy, and then we feed it, and we have to have that feedback loop in place. It helps us detect signals, complaints, trends, and whether reporting is needed across jurisdictions that we market in. So PMS also help us identify opportunities for improvement. If I want to use another analogy is, let's say you go to a restaurant and you order soup, a bowl of soup. They bring you the bowl of soup, but it's super salty, and you send it back to the kitchen. One response is the server comes to you and they say, they apologize, and they give you a new bowl of soup. If you have good QMS in place, once the soup goes back, the bowl of soup goes back, then they start an analysis process. Basically, they go through what happened in the kitchen. Was it just one bowl? Was it one batch? Is there a recipe problem? So they really start digging and finding the root cause of that, and then trying to find a way to improve the process so the next customer doesn't have to deal with the same situation. Okay, so you probably learned a little bit about me by now. I like video games and I like food, based on my analogies. Anyway, I'm actually getting close to the end of my presentation. So in practice, what does it mean? It means that manufacturers have to stay abreast of all the regulatory changes, all the regulatory requirements wherever we market. Whether it's one market, one jurisdiction, whether it's 92 jurisdictions, all those jurisdictions, we need to stay abreast of the regulatory requirements and regulatory changes. Why? Because we want to make sure that our QMS meets the requirements and we keep adjusting them accordingly to implement the changes. We also need to conduct internal audits and management reviews. I promise you, there is not a single company sitting here saying that I prefer to get audited by a regulator before getting audited internally. We actually have a dedicated internal auditing organization that goes through auditing all our facilities, all our processes, all our SOPs, standard operating procedures, all our documents, because we want to be audit ready for our regulators, and that's very important to us. Maintaining current technical documentation and declaration of conformity, which we talked about a little bit. Implementing design, labeling, manufacturing, and post-market surveillance changes under change control. And certainly, last but not least, meeting regulatory timelines for reporting, registration, renewals, and corrective actions. So in short, do the right thing, document them, monitor them, and do them on time. This is my last slide, and this is my key takeaway from the presentation. So regulators provide the oversight, but manufacturers hold the primary responsibility for demonstrating and maintaining conformance, and patient access depends on that confidence. Gracias.
Si me pueden ayudar con otro micrófono acá en el panel, por favor, se los voy a agradecer.
Fatima, with another microphone. Well, thank you, Fatima, for your presentation. And before we begin with the Q&A and we start with this conversation, I think that there was something that you didn't mention in your presentation. I mean, you talked about the soup going back to the kitchen, they review what happened. Was it all the soup, just that one? Was it a recipe problem or what? But what happens when they throw it away, you get a new cup of soup, and that's it?
So Sandra, it's part of the process is to make sure that we continue improving our processes so that doesn't happen again. And also making sure that the ingredients, so once we do our root cause analysis, and if we find out that the issue is coming from an ingredient, we need to make sure that we have a process in place that we isolate those ingredients and we discard them, so that set of ingredient doesn't show up in the final product again, in that final soup again. So it's important that we also document all of this. And make sure that that we continue to operate in an environment that's safe and we serve our customers.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a hacer una pregunta.
Thank you very much. We have a question here, and then we'll open the questions to all the audience here. We have several of them on the chat, and also thank you, Angelica, for being here with us again. And the first question for COFEPRIS is, from your perspective, what does the manufacturer responsibility mean in practice when we talk about quality, performance, and efficiency, not only during the authorization, but throughout the life cycle of the product? Well, once again, thank you very much for being here and for being interested in creating improvements for everybody. From COFEPRIS's perspective, and I am specifically in the sanitary registry area, but as has been said, and what happened right now, we can see that it's not only the health registry, that's just the beginning, the first step of what is called a regulatory status. And so the manufacturer then has the role there and plays the most important role, and has to work together with the representative of that product, because that person will be responsible for that device. There's nobody else who knows the device better than the manufacturer. And so it is really important to transfer that knowledge from that device in the information presented. So if we want to get health authorization, the manufacturer has the obligation to make sure that the quality of the device is kept always. I think that that's the main topic, to keep the quality and the design of that device. And as they say, this is free market. Once it is used in patients, I think that the use and that part of the life cycle of the device is the basic, the most important one, because the manufacturer is there going to face and see how the device is behaving. What's really happening. What are the perspectives that they had when the device worked or not? I mean, that's where reality sets in. So that's really important for us to always have the quality of that medical device. The same quality. Thank you, Angelica. Now we have a first question here from the public. Oh, a comment. Go ahead. Perfect. Questions or comments are all welcome.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Fatima. Just another addition on Fatima's response, which was spot on continuous improvement. First of all, my name is Nora Medine Schwiniger. I'm with the American National Standards Institute, for those who haven't met me yesterday. One of the tools that you mentioned also earlier for continuous improvement is internal audit. So during internal audit, you go back and review the findings of not only internal audit, but other external third party. So that also is an important component to keep in mind, to go back to what happened last year, how did it happen again. And if we find out that it is, then it needs to, obviously the corrective action implementation was not effective, so go back to that. So that was just an addition, because she mentioned it also on the slides on this. Part of the tools, there are several tools, part of QMS, that help you adhere to continuous improvement later on.
Gracias, Nora. Fatima, ¿quieres complementar algo a ese comentario?
Do you want to add something to that comment, Fatima?
No, she was spot on, and to your point, we prefer to do our internal audits before our regulators audit us, and to your point, if we find something, great, then we go back, and to your point, we just feed it back to ensure that it's part of our continuous improvement. So our final product, our final devices remain to be of high quality, safe, and effective. Thank you, that was a great comment.
Muchas gracias. Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa.
Your extent international experience, do you see that regulators all over the world
do have different perceptions on what a quality management system for manufacturers should look like. Do you see in different jurisdictions different approaches to the quality management system that might have impact in the end products, in the medical devices themselves?
It's a good question. I will say that quality management systems is an area where there is a lot of harmonization, surprisingly. We have ISO 1345, which many countries accept. One of the challenges we see, and I will say US was guilty of that as well, is that countries will adopt 1345 or create their own regulation based on 1345 and then add provisions and make changes and slight nuances to accommodate for their jurisdiction. But I think the bottom line we always have to remember is that the standard itself was created to be flexible and to accommodate the regulatory requirements of jurisdictions and different considerations, as I mentioned, and as Fatime nicely outlined, all of the different responsibilities that fall on the manufacturer as well throughout those QMS processes. Those requirements are flexible to be able to address all of these different needs and challenges. You may have different considerations in different jurisdictions because of, let's say, for example, even environmental conditions, right? You may have environmental conditions that impact manufacturing. You may have to be able to put additional controls in place, but the standard allows for that flexibility by giving a very broad type of requirement that then can be implemented for the particular needs of that regulator. As I mentioned, a big move for us in the US, we had our own US quality management system regulation that, while was very similar to ISO 1345, it had some differences. And so we worked for over 7 years to get that regulation into place. And right before I left, we finalized and it was going into full implementation. Our move in the US, when I was at US FDA, certainly pushed other countries to think about this as well and said, okay, if US is also going and moving in towards using that internationally harmonized standard, we should be too. And we kept preaching that message as we went out and did a lot of these types of capacity building efforts. We still often see, though, I will say, regulators as they're developing and considering the regulatory requirements in their jurisdictions that they want to implement special things and we're special and we need additional requirements. And I think the message really is that there is one set foundation and that is ISO 1345. And that has the ability to be able to implement it. You do not need these country-specific provisions. But unfortunately, with some countries that may just be developing regulatory requirements, they have the false sense and notion that they have to make changes for it to be adequate for their jurisdiction. We hear that in MDSAP, and I'll talk a little bit about MDSAP as well. I was very much involved in the development of the program itself and the full implementation of the program. We have many countries come and say, well, MDSAP isn't good enough for us. And the question back is, well, why isn't it good enough? You know, it is baseline on 1345. You have 5 strong, mature regulatory authorities using these particular requirements. So I think it's always a word of caution that 1345 allows for that flexibility, and QMS is a foundational aspect for products to become safe and effective. So it's a joint venture. The regulator sets the requirements, manufacturers implement. We work together to make sure those products get out to the market safely. And countries should not feel like they have to add in specifics. We have something existing already that can be perfectly well relied upon and can be integrated into a framework. And so I feel, from my perspective, in all the years I did harmonization activities, that 1345 and quality management systems is where we've made the biggest strides to have the best global alignment so far for medical devices.
Muchas gracias, Melissa. Y bueno, estamos hablando de los
Thank you,
fabricantes.
Melissa. And we're talking about manufacturers that are committed to quality, you know, those who are really implementing quality management systems and that follow through with all the requirements. But unfortunately, we know that not everybody behaves the same way worldwide. We know that ethical commitments unfortunately vary worldwide. And we're all aware that nobody exempt from knowing that and from suffering the consequences of that. We've all faced the fact that we purchased a product that we assumed was going to have this type of performance, and we find out that the result is not that. In the case of medical devices, is not an exception. And to that regards, the implications of not complying with quality requirements is worse than just having a toy that lost a wheel after the first use. So when we talk about that, it's clear that regulators have the responsibility to make sure that in addition to the documentary evidence that the manufacturers are presenting, they can ensure that what is in paper is really happening in reality. That whenever they grant a health authorization and they see the performance of the products in the market, sometimes it does not correspond to what is expected. So my question for COFEPRIS in that regards is, if you could identify any practical measure to, first of all, make that differentiation between those who comply and those who don't, and then a couple of recommendations to reinforce the quality management systems so that we can allow to have that confidence or trustworthiness in the regulator, in the manufacturer, so that they can offer the population all the devices that are required. What would you recommend? Firstly, when we talk about regulation in COFEPRIS and for health registries, there are two fundamental aspects. The first one would be to really know the quality system of that manufacturing site. You know, and just as you were saying, and I repeat what I mentioned yesterday, the day before yesterday, there are guidelines for good manufacturing practices that occur, and those documents that we are taking as an equivalent, which are already published. And yes, the ISO 13485 is our base. It's a quality management system that is quite robust and is quite efficient, and it specifically lets us assess the medical device itself. I believe that the topic here, or the main issue here, is to also learn about the regulatory framework of the country that issued the approval for that medical device or the use of that medical device. You know, and when they want to come to Mexico and they use their product, that's the issue, you know, to learn about the match and how the information is presented. I believe that the more clarifying documents we can get, you know, where that quality system, if it had any change, and because if there's any change, so that the regulating entity clarifies that, because there are changes and there are adaptations. I mean, we have access to platforms, there's way to compare and see that there is real information about what the people are presenting. But what we've talked about is evidence, you know, that's what's going to strengthen all of this. And so if they present that information adequately, it's really important so that we can cover all of these changes that we might have in the device so that they can be clarified through proof and to make sure, I mean, if we're following an adequate quality management system, well, without any doubt, the assessment will be favorable. Thank you very much, Angelica. Fatima, an additional question for you as manufacturers representative. How do manufacturers do their work in different jurisdictions, and what does it mean working with different jurisdictions, because they do have different requirements in each one of them? You know, they add additional things than those that has been established in the ISO 13485 or in an MDSAP certification, or maybe there's a completely other requirement. You know, so what implication does that have for the manufacturers, and what happens with the patients in those countries?
Sandra, that's actually a great question. So first and foremost, we always try to follow the governing laws and regulation and the guidelines that are put in place. And to your point, you know, for a company that manufactures in 92 jurisdictions, we have to follow all the governing laws and regulations and guidelines for all those 92 jurisdictions. And as they change, obviously, we have to feed the changes and implement those changes into our internal processes. The challenge becomes when you have to do let's say when you have a facility and that facility gets audited many different times. And let's say that the facility is already certified, ISO 13485 certified, or if it's MDSAP certified. But then you find these additional local requirements that do not really deviate from what's already in MDSAP and ISO. But the regulator hasn't had the time or the opportunity to implement MDSAP or ISO as part of the requirements. So what winds up happening is that one facility keeps audited over and over again. On the pre-market side, the same device has to be packaged and repackaged. The dossier for that same device has to be packaged and repackaged many different times because of all these differing jurisdictional requirements. That's where reliance comes into place. And that's the beauty of MDSAP. MDSAP is a very good example of reliance as a form of work sharing. So if the MDSAP is accepted by the regulator or by that jurisdiction, that actually saves a lot of time for the regulator, resources for the regulator, and for the manufacturers. Who benefits at the end? Our patients, our common goal. And it's the same thing on the pre-market side too. If we could shorten the time it gets to launch devices and have patients have that timely access, again, it benefits them immensely. And at the end of the day, that's what we strive to do.
Muchas gracias, Fateme. Y quizá para cerrar el espacio de preguntas.
Thank you, Fateme. And just to wrap this up, I think that there's just one or two questions that I think we're going to make because we're on time. But Angélica, COFEPRIS has worked a lot in this last year and a half to update your regulations. And one of the agreements that was published had to do with MDSAP and ISO 13485. Would you like to share with the audience why did you identify these reliance mechanisms as important? What are the implications for COFEPRIS?
Primero que nada quisiera decir que
reliance first, I would like to say that sometimes
hacer a un lado la responsabilidad.
Reliance might be considered like setting the responsibilities aside, but it's not, or the accountability aside. But it's not like that. It's not just a checklist that says, okay, complies or doesn't comply. No. I think that, and that's the main part of Reliance. Reliance helps us not to make mistakes, and we're making sure that we're not eliminating requirements. We're simplifying and doing a regulatory improvement. That's the basis to understand that this regulatory change or this regulatory conversion worldwide will lead us to a simplification, will take us to have a regulatory improvement, and that means that within, we also need to simplify all of our processes. And since 2025, we've been doing this, and we're facing this reliance topic with a lot more pressure, and that we have to do it faster, and we need to implement it within. And so, yes, we are doing a huge effort to do so, but I believe that reliance is really important because it's allowing us to open our mindset and the environment we are at. Because if we are part of it, well, it's a device, and we have to keep up studying. If you have a device, you're always doing it. And now we're doing this through this process with the 13485, with MDSAP, and we trust in that assessment. We see like the end result of the whole quality management system that is implemented and that is presented through a certificate, which we assess and we establish reliance to regulatory trustworthiness and saying, okay, this manufacturing is following this quality management system, the ISO 13485 and the SAP, or as I said, ISO 1345, it's trustworthy, so we can take it as valid. And so, yes, internally, it has been complicated, but I think that we've made progress. And well, as I said the day before yesterday, we are still studying and we try to do what's best for Mexico. Perfect.
Sandra, I just want to make a quick comment to what she just said. And I really appreciate the comment you made about making progress. And that's why we are here together and we have this workshop discussing this together, because we really need to work together to make progress. And we're not going to get it perfect the first time. That's okay. What matters the most is that we continue to learn and feed that information, have that feedback loop, and work together. So again, it's not about making mistakes or being slow, but what's important is that we continue to move together and we continue to partner together. And thank you for your time and for Cofepris time for being here. I personally learned a lot this week. Thank you.
Gracias, Fátima. Tenemos un par de preguntas. Una por aquí, otra
Thank
por
you,
aquí.
Fatima. We have two more questions. One there, Miguel Ángel Dávila, sanitary reviewer from Cofepris. And it's a comment. I believe that everything that's been said is really important. And I would also like to reflect on the fact that I think that we also should have a degree of commitment. I think we have that, because otherwise we shouldn't be here. No, but we should have the degree of commitment by those who audit also. Considering what I mentioned the day before yesterday, I think that everything is focused we have to focus everything for the well-being of the population. And considering that quality management system is the same for the whole world, they've been able to verify companies here and outside of the country, and they all have their own characteristics, but the quality management system is the same. Obviously, each organization is going to try to adapt one concept of this quality management system that they have. The perspective I have as a certifier, and I think that this should be connected also to the commitment that the manufacturers have, is regarding training. Because we say, okay, we want to implement this quality management system, and it's presented, and when you assess the performance of the quality management system and you assess the indicators of the quality management system, you sometimes realize, or they present and they say, oh, there are no deviations here, no observations at all. And when we go to the audits and we say that, oh, it's not that you don't have deviations, it's more that your staff is not trained to identify those deviations. So what the company would have to do then, the company has a false idea that they have an adequate quality management system. It's saying that they didn't have any deviation. But my experience as a verifier is that, yes, we've seen that what happens is that the staff is not trained regarding quality management system. They cannot identify if it's a deviation or not, when they would have to raise change control, or when they have to raise an observation. I mean, I think that that's really important, and that's why I mentioned it here. That's what we're here for. I think that training the staff in the quality management system is really important. Not only read the manual and present the performance of the quality management system and have the indicators defined. No, we need to train the staff so that they can really identify if these type of events occur. You know, when we go and visit companies in Europe, they present many deviations, and it's not bad if they have them, because that means that they have continuous improvement. They can have continuous improvement. So I think that from my point of view, and it's not only for the companies that are here, I say in general, you know, based on what I've lived through the verifications and working on the field, I think that we still need to talk about that topic and work a little bit more in depth in it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that excellent comment. And I totally agree with you. Personnel training is one of the core pillars of QMS, and it falls under that management pillar, because the C-suite, the executives, are responsible for ensuring that the personnel get the training they need, so that we continue to have that culture of quality throughout all the layers and for all the products that we manufacture. That was an excellent comment. Thank you for mentioning it.
Gracias, Fatima. Y quizá complementando esto es justamente
Thank you, Fatima. And to add to this, this is one of the bases of the quality management systems. It's not only to talk about continuous improvement and just fulfill the requirements that are established in theory, but to analyze the trends also. You know, I'm seeing here that everything is perfect and no system can create perfection, but I think that that should be an alert, and the management system itself should have that type of alerts in it as part of it. And I'm sure that manufacturers worldwide, or at least those who participate in these forums and these global initiatives, have that incorporated. However, as I said a moment ago, not everybody behaves the same way. And so what Fatima mentioned is really important, to have that feedback from regulators. Whenever you face this type of situation, you need that feedback, because if the manufacturers didn't consider that in their systems, they can identify and make the necessary decisions based on that. And everything is based on people. We need to invest in people. We need to make sure that the people are carrying out their work adequately. And if it's not, take the necessary actions so that it could happen like that. Thank you. Emmanuel Franco from Medtronic. I have a couple of questions. One has to do with a topic that's really important, which is the synergy between the regulator and the regulated entities. And Melissa, Fatime, I wanted to ask you, do you identify any mechanism in a quality management system that has been implemented successfully with a synergy? I mean, thinking in Mexico, we have a lot of manufacturing plants here. And so I think it would be a great opportunity, I mean, not only to see a quality system that is in document, for COFEPRIS to see those systems in situ, so that the best ones, so that we can have a better view of what that implies. So these schemes have been tested in other countries. Maybe we could implement something like that. That's my first question. And the other question is, as part of the quality management system, we do have ISO certifications that prove that we are fulfilling their requirements. What other documents should we consider? I don't know, the statement of conformity, declaration of conformity, or are there any other documents, like an analysis certificate that would create more value? I mean, it's just like an open question, if you can give me your perspective on these points. Thank you. Melissa, do you want to answer the first part?
I answer some of it, and then maybe Fatima may step in too. Sorry. So at least from the second part of it, from a documentation perspective, it really is. It depends a lot on what types of activities are being conducted. I know you're saying, you have a certificate, but there's also all kinds of other documentation you do. One of the biggest things we used to say as a regulator, and with quality management systems, and as I was teaching around the country about it, is if a manufacturer didn't document it, they didn't do it. Right. And so it was always that was the bottom line. So it's really up to a manufacturer as to how they want to document it, but they need to have documentation to prove that they've done those activities. So whether those are through certificates of conformity, supplier testings, audit testings, et cetera, it's really up to that manufacturer. The more documentation, the better. It's making sure there's a trail of your QMS and the thought process, and that it's not just considering one aspect of a QMS. So just because I've accepted a component, for example, and as Fatima was mentioning, it could be a critical component into a very critical life-sustaining, life-supporting device. And just because you said, well, the supplier said it was okay, and I have a paper that documents it's okay, I'm fine. No, you have to integrate that into your testing. You have to make sure you have that accountability and traceability throughout your system. If anything goes wrong, you need to make sure that you are taking the information that you accepted from the supplier, any kind of in-process testing you've done. If there's a problem, if you've addressed that, how have you addressed the nonconformity? Have you considered whether it needs a corrective action or a preventive action? How are you going to prevent it from happening in the future? What risk mitigations are you going to take? So it's not just, I have one document, but it's that traceability throughout the product life cycle and a QMS that becomes the most important, and where we often, from a regulator perspective, would see some manufacturers fail. They say, I accepted it and it was fine. Or I identified a problem and it has no impact to anything else. I didn't do any other testing. It doesn't matter. And that's never sufficient. So from a documentation standpoint, I think it's more of the traceability, making sure you have the information there, making sure you're following the QMS, at least on that side of it. And I think that also goes to like kind of the question about like that partnership and working together, right? Because when there is a problem with a particular product that you have on the market, let's say, you're having there's a recall situation. The regulator's going to want to work with you to figure out, how have you addressed this? How are you addressing it within your QMS? How are you addressing the product that's out in the market? What kind of changes may you have to make for that? So that could have a design change implication, for example, that then you have to go to the regulator to get a new approval. I mean, so there's a lot of different parts and components to it. And I would say that there's not one key part where you work together, but it's more of the holistic and systematic kind of approach for a QMS. That's the most important. Everything from the design, the development, the manufacture, the putting it out on the market, following it out on the market, and addressing the product throughout that product life cycle to make sure it remains safe and effective. And that's all done jointly between the manufacturer and the regulator to make it successful. And I'll pause there, Fatima, if there's anything else.
Melissa, you covered it very nicely. The one thing I would add is that the IMDRF conformity assessment document guideline actually lists all the documents very nicely. And as part of that, as Melissa said, is declaration of conformity, is the adequate documentation about all the actions that we take and all the things that we say we've done as a manufacturer. One thing I feel like, Melissa, because you mentioned, when you were at FDA, you had the opportunity of educating and seeing some of these documentations. I do want to, it's probably worthy of mentioning that FDA has actually a guidance document. And to my knowledge, is the only guidance document that FDA is very explicit about what they want the manufacturer document when it comes to changes, post-market changes to a 510K cleared device. And they provided this sort of a template for manufacturer, just to help the manufacturers and also help themselves. So when they have to conduct audits or inspections, it's very clear for both parties what the expectations are. And I have to say that has proven to be very helpful for both parties. So just the reason I'm mentioning this as an example is because some jurisdictions like US might have these additional documentation requirements. And again, it goes back to staying abreast of all these governing laws, regulations, and requirements and guidelines to make sure that we stay close to what the requirements are and the expectations are.
Gracias, Fátima. Angélica, ¿quisieras comentar algo de estas preguntas?
Angelica, would you like to add anything about those questions? Yes, about the question, there is a part at the end that does correspond to us, and I don't know if I have interpreted that correctly or not, of the documents. Could you repeat that again, please? What was that part again?
Sí, la pregunta era en general desde el punto de vista de
Yes, the question was about quality systems. What are the documents that are considered appropriate to validate that there's compliance with the general requirements, those established at the international level? One of them, obviously, is the conformity assessment that you have already mentioned, but the question is, regarding the analysis certificate, is this something that for medical devices has a greater impact, or is it the most appropriate to present? That was the question. It's in the regulation in Mexico, but we were trying to understand from an international QMS if that is the document.
Bueno, por parte de COFEPRIS y al interior.
On behalf of COFEPRIS, within, obviously, the most important thing is to analyze the device and how it is going to be presented for a sanitary registry and to get to know the regulatory framework of that device. If you have a conformity assessment and you are going to present a submission through the European Commission, that is the document you have to present. So I believe that the most important thing is to get to know the regulatory framework and adhere to it. We have had some experiences in which people tell us, well, you know what, I only have one ISO 9001. If we assess the regulatory COFEPRIS part, we don't consider ISO 9001 as valid. So I believe that the responsibility of the regulated entity and say, okay, I have to find the pathway, the country that issues a certificate that COFEPRIS will accept, because let us not forget that reliance is not 100%. There's a regulatory framework, and so the guidelines of good production practices can help us Why?
El acuerdo
Because
con
the
FDA formal
agreement with the
desde el
FDI that
2003,
was
no
signed in
olvidemos que
2010, let us not
únicamente
forget that it
establecía
only
registration and
established
listing como
registration
el
and
documento que
listing
se toma en
as
cuenta
the
para
document that would be accepted
garantizar las buenas
for
prácticas de
guaranteeing
fabricación de un
good
sitio.
production
Entonces,
practices of a site.
obviamente hemos tenido
So
capacitación,
obviously we have
acercamiento
had
con FDA y hemos
trainings and
tenido
we have discussions with
retroalimentación y
FDI. We
ellos
have
nos decían,
received
oye, pero es que
feedback and they
no
told
es
us,
así,
well,
no solo
you
es
know
el
what, that's not the way it should
registration
go
and
because
listing
not only the
implica.
registration and
Entonces,
listing, there are other
lo
implications.
que comentaba es,
So
es seguir
that's
estudiando,
what we
seguir
meant. We have to
comunicándonos
keep on studying, keep on communicating with
y se trató de
QMS and
plasmar a
saying,
través de los
okay,
lineamientos.
this
Como
has
decía, yo
been
ya te
conveyed
tomo
through
en
the
cuenta con
guidelines.
ISO
All right, I already
13485,
accept
con ISO
13485, ISO
13485,
13485,
declaración de
MDSAP,
conformidad,
your
un
conformity
certificado de
assessment,
preventa
a
en
free
el
sale
cual se
certificate
acredita
in
que
which
cuenta con
there
buenas
is a
prácticas de
statement that they are good production practices. Thank you. Thank you for confirming that it is connected to the regulatory framework through the reliance. Well, thank you, everyone. We are way behind schedule, but this was a good time investment. We will continue having this conversation during the coffee break. We will take 15 minutes for a coffee break and we'll be back to have the last two discussions of the day. Thank you.
Buenos días. Espero que hayan disfrutado.
Hello, I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. And we are ready to go back to our conversations. Could you kindly take your seats?
Y ahora sí que un poco en seguimiento de la sesión que
Now,
acabamos de
to
tener,
continue with the previous
nuestro
session,
siguiente panel
our
trata
next
justamente
panel
de
is going
MDSAP,
to
una
be
historia
about
de éxito,
MDSAP, a
las
success story,
organizaciones auditoras y
auditing
la
organizations,
perspectiva
and
del
the
sector
perspective
de
of
la
the
manufactura de los dispositivos médicos.
medical
Y para
devices
esto
manufacturing
me
sector.
permito
So
invitar
I would like to
a todos nuestros
invite
ponentes virtuales.
to all
Ahora
of
vamos a tener
the
una sesión
virtual
interesante. Todos
speakers.
los ponentes
This is
virtuales y
all
toda
going
la
to be
audiencia
on
presencial
Zoom.
y virtual. Y nos va a ayudar nuevamente
And so this is
Melissa
going
para moderar
to
esta
be
sesión. Y vamos a
facilitated by
contar
Melissa.
con la participación de una
And we will
organización
have the
auditora,
participation of an
John
auditing
Castro,
organization, John
auditor de
Castro. He's
HGS
an
North
auditor from
America.
HGS
Muchísimas
North
gracias,
America.
John, por tu
Thank you,
participación el
John,
día
for
de
your
hoy.
participation
Tenemos a Rosa
today.
Castañeda
You have
de
Rosa
Medtronic, que
Castañeda from
además es
Medtronic,
presidenta
who
de
is
Bajas
also the
Medical
president of
Device
Bajas
Cluster,
Medical Device
que nos está
Cluster.
acompañando de manera
She's been
virtual,
accompanying
y
us
Alejandra
virtually,
Jiménez,
and
también de
Alejandra
Medtronic, que es
Jimenez, only from
gerente de
Medtronics,
cumplimiento,
also from Medtronics.
igualmente
She is the
ubicadas
manager of
en el
compliance,
clúster de Baja.
also
Y nos
at the
parece
Baja
muy
cluster.
interesante que ellas
It
participaran
seemed
porque
to us that it
obviamente
was
son
important to
expertas en
have them because
MDSAP
they're
en una
expert in
planta de
MDSAP
manufactura
in
localizada en
a
México, cuya
manufacturing
producción
plant in Mexico.
prácticamente en
And
su
the
totalidad
production
se
almost
reexporta.
completely is
Entonces es
exported.
una actividad combinada muy
So
interesante
this is a very
de mano
interesting
de obra y
combination of
trabajo y ubicación en
labor,
México con el
location
propósito
in
fundamental de la
Mexico with the
exportación.
main
Entonces vamos a
purpose
empezar
of
con
exporting.
Melissa, que nos va a
So we'll
compartir
start with
un poco de
Melissa.
los antecedentes de
She'll give
MDSAP.
us
Y
some
Melissa, verdaderamente
background information on
agradecemos,
MDSAP.
somos
Melissa,
testigos
once
del
again,
esfuerzo que estás haciendo
we know the
y
effort
de
that
verdad lo
you're
apreciamos
making and we highly appreciate
Melissa,
it. Melissa,
the floor
please
is
go
yours.
ahead.
Gracias, Sandra. I had hoped I would have been there, but I will try my best from here. I wanted to just start with a very basic overview on MDSAP. I know the audience is likely very familiar with MDSAP, but I wanted to set the stage so that we could then have a conversation. I think we have a great panel with the different perspectives. So as you know, I was at FDA for 21 years. I was an instrumental part of setting up the MDSAP program in the early stages when I worked in the Office of Compliance at US FDA. I then oversaw the program for the last 10 years as well. I was a part of the Regulatory Authority Council and also spearheaded the development of the affiliate program within MDSAP to be able to really expand the reach and the importance of MDSAP utilization by other regulatory authorities. So with that, I will at least start on a basic overview right now of where we are with MDSAP. And the slide is quite busy, but it does really demonstrate the wide overarching span of MDSAP. And it is a global approach to auditing medical devices and a prime example of a reliance. It's a very, very successful reliance program. As I mentioned in the last session, MDSAP and quality management systems is an area where we've made a lot of strides from a global harmonization perspective and have really been able to align and align regulatory requirements more globally. But it doesn't mean we're done. It means that we're just on the right track and need to continue moving that direction. MDSAP has grown tremendously since it became a full program. There are 5 participating regulatory authorities. Those are the 5 original countries that had worked on setting up the program. That includes Australia, Brazil, Canada, Japan, and the United States. There are official observers. European Union was an official observer since the inception of the program, as well as the World Health Organization. But that category has expanded as well with Brexit. The UK then came on as an official observer, and Singapore as well has made the move to become an official observer in the program. There are a number of affiliate members, as I mentioned. One goal that we had was really looking at ways to expand the MDSAP program. And to really ensure that there is an opportunity for other regulators to be able to engage in the program and engage with the Regulatory Authority Council. Those are those 5 countries that set up the program. So now MDSAP has a number of affiliate members, including Argentina, Chinese Taipei, Israel, Kenya, Mexico, Malaysia, Republic of Korea, and South Africa. Just because a country is not an affiliate member doesn't mean they can't utilize MDSAP. Being an affiliate just allows for more engagement of the regulators with the Regulatory Authority Council and the official observers, and more ties to the program and updates to the program and information that the Regulatory Authority Council provides to these affiliate members. But those countries that are not affiliate member can still choose to utilize the MDSAP program by asking for certificates or reports from the manufacturers that are going to be marketing in that jurisdiction. So what ends up happening is the auditing organizations, and I know John is on here and he'll talk a little bit about the auditing organization perspective, are essentially recognized by the regulatory authorities under the MDSAP program. There's a number of rigorous requirements they have to meet. And the regulatory authorities also audit and oversee the auditing organizations to make sure they meet the requirements of the MDSAP program and the auditing scheme. Now, out of these audits that are conducted by the auditing organizations on behalf of the regulators receive a copy. It depends on how that jurisdiction is set up, whether they want to see a certificate. So in the case of Canada, for example, they want to see the MDSAP certificate. But in the case of US and Brazil, for example, they want to see the actual report. So there is flexibility on how you've established it within the regulatory framework as to what documentation you want, and manufacturers are willing to provide you that information as well. The regulators then take this information and incorporate it into their framework, and each country has implemented it differently depending on the needs of their jurisdiction. For example, in the US, we would take MDSAP audit reports in lieu of routine inspections. So essentially, if there was a good audit conducted by MDSAP and everything came out okay and no violations, FDA would say, all right, we have an inspection now on the books and we've been conducted, and you won't have an FDA inspection conducted. But essentially, that's how the program works. The regulatory authorities have control and oversight. They set up the audit model and the auditing approach. They have the oversight of the auditing organizations that perform the work on behalf of the regulators. And the regulators take those results and incorporate it into their regulatory framework. There are over 7,600 individual manufacturing sites for medical devices worldwide signed up in the program, so you can see that the reach is quite extensive. And there are right now 14 auditing organizations that have been recognized. One of the things that the MDSAP consortium is trying to do is to really expand the number of auditing organizations and regions and make sure there's auditing organizations representative of regions, so that they have opened the door to allow additional auditing organizations to participate as well in the program. And something new as well is that there has been an industry group formed under MDSAP. And so I am actually the chair of the MDSAP industry group, and we collaborate with MDSAP regulatory authorities very closely on talking about successes and the program and how we can work together to make sure this global program is a successful program. Much of the same messaging that we heard in the last session. So quickly, the vision of MDSAP is really to make sure that the highest standards for the safety of medical devices are obtained by really minimizing the regulatory burden that's necessary for auditing. Oftentimes for a manufacturer, it's really burdensome to have multiple countries coming in for multiple different weeks at a time to do the same type of audit and look at the same type of information with maybe just a different twist to it. So having a single program that can suffice for the requirements of multiple countries and multiple jurisdictions is really beneficial for not only the regulators to streamline their resources, but also from a manufacturer's perspective as well. And the program is really committed to protecting the patient's health and public health, as we talked about in the last session, and the importance of QMS. So as I said, really, MDSAP is to look at the oversight of the quality management system from a manufacturer's perspective and their implementation of that QMS. And it allows for the regulators to share the workload. One regulator alone doesn't have enough resources to be able to handle everything. I'm sure you've heard the messaging that US FDA alone, with over 2,000 employees working on medical devices, never had enough resources to cover the inspections of all the medical device manufacturers out there. This gives us information, and from an FDA perspective, it's able to give us the information that's necessary to be able to get some signals about what's working. And so I saw the successes when I was at FDA of being able to really have additional information as a regulator that we wouldn't otherwise have because we didn't have the resources that could cover everything. One important note is that regulators may use the results differently or add extra requirements if their laws really demand it. We don't encourage that, but we recognize sometimes there are laws that you have in place that you have to be able to figure out ways to be able to accommodate such a program. I'll bring an example here. For FDA, for example, we have by law, it is mandated that we conduct inspections of medical device manufacturers. So we could not make MDSAP mandatory in our jurisdiction. But what we did have is the law which allowed us the ability to utilize this information as within our framework. And so much like that example, you may have to work around requirements you have, but there are ways to be able to integrate it successfully into your framework and be able to use this really pertinent information. And another key important point we always used to tell regulators when I was on the regulator side is that the marketing approval always stays over the local authority. You still have and maintain your local authority as well, and the ways you've set it up. There's a lot of benefits, as I've mentioned before. It really provides for a much more effective and efficient and less burdensome regulatory oversight process for medical device manufacturers. It is very disruptive, and I'm sure you'll hear from a medical device manufacturer's perspective to continuously have audits looking at the same thing. It's very disruptive to the manufacturing processes and the things that are happening in that facility, and could cause delays to getting products out in the market as well. A program like this also encourages and supports global regulatory harmonization. It's something that, as a regulator, we were very passionate about making sure that the message was understood about the program and the benefits. And I continue to have that same passion on the other side of the fence. It's really, truly a partnership between manufacturers and regulators. And some other just, again, same kinds of benefits. It's really promoting the consistency, predictability, and transparency. As I mentioned, they're standardizing practices and procedures for the oversight of the auditing organizations that we're all applying equally as regulatory authority members, a part of the program. The regulators are leveraging where appropriate their existing requirements and procedures for conformity assessment, and it allows for standardizing the practices and procedures of those auditing organizations. Everybody's working from the same set of instructions, essentially, to do these audits. Again, a really great program to demonstrate feasibility of regulatory reliance from a post-market perspective. It is one of the goals of MDSAP currently is really trying to expand and broaden the membership, understanding of the program, and making sure that regulators can successfully implement MDSAP within their regulatory framework. And not only that, it also increases regulatory confidence. If you have a program that's been vetted and certified by 5 mature regulatory authorities, you have all the more confidence that this regulatory system, this regulatory program is effective in assessing a QMS and making sure that medical devices are being manufactured and designed safely and effectively as well. So with that, I'll pause, and I know we have some other perspectives as well to give you the different sides of the auditing organization, the medical device manufacturer, and I put on my previous FDA hat for this session. But as I said, a lot of the mission hasn't changed for me, moving from the regulator to the industry side. A lot of the same things are really applying here as well. So thank you. So I guess from here, maybe we turn it over to John, if you want to talk about from an auditing organization perspective. I know you have some background slides, but some more conversations about what it is from an auditing organization perspective and the benefits you see for the program itself.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. So my name is John Castro, and I'm not an auditor anymore. I'm a former auditor, and now I'm a global MDSAP technical reviewer and certification decision maker. It's a long name. And for the auditing organization that I work for is SGS. So SGS, we play a pretty critical role in as an auditing organization for the MDSAP program. And there are many other different AOs out there, and I'm going to say AO a lot. It's ultimately auditing organization. So actually, currently the number has changed to 17 for auditing organizations. So SGS, as an organization, we do more than just going ahead and looking at medical devices. Many medical device manufacturers, we do testing, inspection, consulting, training, certification. And we also cover a lot more than just medical device industry. There's agriculture, infrastructure, environmental safety, gas, just to name a few of those. And if you're interested in anything else outside of the medical device industry, you can always look up SGS at sgs.com. All right, so the real heart of this presentation is MDSAP. So what Melissa went ahead and said, is it a different perspective? Not. I'd say we're getting more and more aligned, AOs to regulators, and conveying that message out to our manufacturers or our clients. As you saw her presentation, it is pretty close to what we had devised ourselves with the overall MDSAP overview. And there are the changes as to where the face that you kind of see for the auditing organizations, for MDSAP as the auditing organization. And overall, MDSAP, what it stands for is Medical Device Single Audit Program. So what we're going ahead and trying to do is incorporate, which is the base of MDSAP would be ISO 1345, which I'm sure you heard that a lot on the previous talks. That is going to be the basis for medical device industry currently. And then it will go ahead and incorporate, MDSAP itself incorporates the other regulatory requirements from those 5 jurisdictions. And again, MDSAP it does change quite a bit. It hasn't changed for a while in terms of adding new jurisdictions. That's as time goes on, there's probably going to go ahead and be more added on to that. So using the tools that MDSAP has given us, that includes AOs and the manufacturers out there. We go ahead and apply those regulatory requirements and build a QMS with this, what we call the audit approach. So that is the main guideline for MDSAP. and a lot of it now is very much aligned with ISO 1345, especially with the FDA going ahead and being with this new QSMR aligning itself with 1345. So a lot of the requirements that you do see that you were seeing previously for each country, there was quite a lot of them. Now it's getting more and more condensed as we're going ahead and consolidating using the 1345. With that, we're also incorporating other different requirements from the IMDRF. And each of those main jurisdictional laws and regulations. I do have a presentation. If you want to go ahead and look at that. But I would go ahead and start with probably slide 6, if you wanted to get that going for everyone to see. As again, what Melissa had spoken about was very much aligned to that. And we all do utilize a lot of the same information because it's good information and it's getting more and more current. Just as the MDSAP audit approach has changed to incorporate these new laws, but it's still on our clients or the manufacturers to go ahead and be up to date on that. And by the time these changes do come out, it's already audit time and it may be too late. That's why usually things come out ahead of time so you can go ahead and start incorporating that into your QMS.
It is coming.
Yeah, I will just wait. It's no problem. I mean, currently, there is in Japan, most of my colleagues are going ahead, or they're out there in Japan with the MDSAP forum. And that's where we're going ahead and regularly getting updates on those changes. A lot of the all the RAC members, a lot of observers are there going ahead and providing, their perspective, challenges they see, anything they go ahead and want to let us know about ahead of time, if it's a change to come or if there's pilot programs going on. So that's a really big event. And I do have some of the information that's going out there. But I think a lot of it right now is we're doing the overview for everyone to get more and more familiar with MDSAP. As it is expanding every year. We're getting more and more affiliate members. Other roles are getting changed. And a lot of things are getting more consolidated from once it started, which was about, I believe it was 2016 is when MDSAP started really going ahead and being utilized a lot of globally. So from when it started to what it is now, it's an immense program. There was some time when it was, I guess it was not competing necessarily with the MDR or MDD at that time. But however, today you would see more of they're both companion pieces to each other with MDR, focusing on a lot of European items, a lot on that European market, but mostly utilizing MDSAP for its ability to go ahead and it's a task by task system, looking at the major areas within a QMS or a manufacturing facility. And when you're looking at that MDSAP audit approach, you really get the auditor's playbook. You get a rundown of everything they're looking at with explanations on there. So you know what to expect, and it'll be on the manufacturer a lot to go ahead and how do they fold it into their QMS. So we have, again, the overall overview that there is a standardized audit report that the participating RAs use. So those are those regulatory authorities of those 5 main jurisdictions, as well as the other jurisdictions, or not jurisdictions per se, but those other organizations that go ahead and the affiliate members who use that to assist in making or to assist, help them provide decisions. It's evidence to go ahead and allow them to know if do we want to go ahead and add this to our add this country. I'm sorry, I'm trying to let me get a drink of water real quick. I'm glad I wasn't doing a full hour. I'd lose my voice. So along with that, the MDSAP certificate that gets issued also gets used as a piece of evidence to support entry into that market. And again, not all of the RAs will consider that audit report and certificate as an alternative to inspections and assessments. So what that also means too is that when you go ahead and get a certificate of MDSAP, and if you're getting audited by an AO, that doesn't mean that the regulators won't go to your facility. There may be issues with that. There may be things brought out by the AO that may need regulatory oversight to go ahead and take a look at that. So that was a misconception with a lot of organizations in the past, that it was a marketing item to indicate that, oh yeah, the 5 majors, you won't get looked at if you have them, which that is not true. But the incorporating MDSAP into your QMS will go ahead and definitely build it up, and it is being recognized globally as a very sufficient way to determine the feasibility of your QMS. All right, you can go to the next slide. So what has improved MDSAP with the AOs? Ultimately, getting a lot more recognition in the industry has definitely helped out everyone, the regulators. Oh, so why don't we change that? Sorry, I have my PowerPoint up on this side with the other one. But I mean, a lot of those benefits that the RAs see, the AOs see as well. It does, again, it is a complementary system. Systematic approach to a QMS and how we as AOs go ahead and audit it. We have it's not necessarily a step-by-step because we will go ahead and move task by task, and there are specific rules and ways that we do move throughout the facility and move throughout the audit. The audit approach will explain that step by step. And I'm going to go ahead and keep emphasizing the audit approach as the MDSAP, the RAs, they have a lot of documents, a lot of information that is public and that is for use for manufacturers, AOs, for everybody. And that is going to be found at mdsap.global. So again, mdsap.global, you will navigate and learn all the different systems and how to go ahead and, again, fold it into your QMS, not throwing out your QMS and starting an entire new one based on MDSAP. It is ultimately incorporating into your system. And a lot of it is step by step. So with that, that's how we can go ahead and utilize one audit and one report. And that goes ahead and reduces a lot of the work that every single, we'll have a report out there, and then we'll be waiting for every single different jurisdiction to go ahead and review that. Now we have one, and I believe it is one team that's looking at that. AOs, we will go ahead and get notified, hey, there was an issue with this, or can you further explain that on our end as the technical reviewer, which we pass it down to the auditor who may go back to the manufacturer. But ultimately, a lot of it, there's a lot of eyes on every audit that happens, and a lot of checks that happen to ensure that the audit was done completely. you get what you ultimately pay for type of thing. We're there to assess as a third party for the regulators, and there's so much oversight from the auditor all the way to the regulator. And there's a lot of communication with that as well. So that goes ahead and it lets us continuously standardize the audit approach and maintain its flexibility as well by allowing auditors, if they need to move to one area of your QMS or emphasize one area more of your QMS based off of what they go ahead and see and what previously happened in your audits. A lot of that information of what is trending or what statistical analysis areas that may be troubling for you, we may spend more time on that, and that may be a lot of benefit for a manufacturer. There may be findings, but that goes ahead and really puts the pressure on the organization to make sure that it gets solved, because a lot of this is the basis, again, another basis aside from 1345, and the basis for 1345 is safe and effective medical devices. We're about all about the patient safety and the user safety as well. All right, you can go to the next slide. All right, so this is more proceeding information about the for the AO side of that one. You can go to the next slide. A lot of this, I've covered, Melissa's covered, or it's been spoken about. I believe I looked at that as well. We can go to the next slide. All right, you can go to the next slide. All right, so that again, that previous slide was how that information is standard and looked at by more than just your jurisdiction. So a lot of the areas that again have been improved, and some recent ones especially from the audit approach that we go ahead and have seen is there is changes to certain definitions like critical supplier. So that was, once the program had started, there was critical supplier, and it was known as one thing and applied as that. And I believe that, as time has gone by, as different auditors, different organizations have gone ahead and have spoken to each other about that. And spoken to the regulators about that, they have gone ahead and heard what we all have said and have decided, hey, we do need to make changes. Maybe we need to make things more clear. Maybe we have to go ahead and align things a little bit more with the EU on certain circumstances or other jurisdictions. So that allows more change within MDSAP to go ahead, and it's not where the regulators are calling all the shots type of thing. It's where we're all understanding and trying to go ahead and further define MDSAP so it can go ahead and do its job ultimately of allowing manufacturers to understand and know how we can go ahead and get the communication across and ensure that everything is being appropriately followed so we can have safe and effective devices. All right, and I did talk more about the audit approach, how there is a logical audit flow. Within that, there's some occasions that we say, hey, that kind of doesn't really make sense for us. And MDSAP audit approach has gone ahead and it incorporated more notes on there, more ways for us AOs to understand why the flow of the audit goes in this direction, or how we do have an option to alter our routes. All right, you can go to the next slide. So improved contractual terms with that healthy AO. But ultimately, a lot of these areas that AOs did struggle with was, some of them was to go ahead and be taken seriously. We still today go ahead and have that happen, but it doesn't happen nowhere near as much. And that's ultimately that, hey, MDSAP is backed by the regulators, the RAs, and we're there as a role, not on their behalf to go ahead and enforce regulations, but we're there as a third party to assist in getting these manufacturers audited, making sure their products are safe, and being somebody that's, hey, we're outside of that circle in some sense. We have a client that works with us, and we have the regulators that work with us. We're not necessarily the middleman, but we do go ahead and take that role on it oftentimes, and allowing more of these changes do definitely, this was how it benefited the AOE, and there's also times when the changes benefit the RA, again, to make sure that we're releasing products in an appropriate amount of time, as well as safe and effective products. And the manufacturer definitely benefits with the MDSAP audit approach. It's a lot of people, a lot of time to go ahead and create this system to ensure that they're getting the best and the most amount of information in the quickest amount of time to make sure your QMS is capable of handling the type of product you have, the type of processes you have, and ensuring that you have the documentation to get those, to get all those elements to ensure you have a product that's safe in the market that it's going into. All right, we can go to the next slide. All right, so this is an overall summary of, I guess, the benefits that MDSAP does have. It definitely, I work primarily with MDSAP. There's other, we'll call them schemes or other certificates out there. Those types could be just 1345 alone, MDR, MDD until it gets phased out, IVDR, and just many other ones that we go ahead and work with. So since I'm primarily with MDSAP, I do only deal with MDSAP, but I do see the amount of information and structure MDSAP has for AOs, the regulators, as well as for our clients. They go ahead and see that, and they know what to expect. They know the timelines. Everything is spelled out for them. Whereas something like a 1345 may not be as stringent on those things. But with that, I guess that amount that MDSAP has of being stringent, it also is clear in its communication scope. All right, we can go to the next slide. I think there was one more, but if not, I can go ahead and so there were some questions and answers. Before we get into that, there was a couple that were asked.
Yeah, Google, thank you very much, John. Google have the Q&A at the end, so we can continue, if you would allow us, with our next presenter. Melissa, I pass the bus to you. Thank you. The voice. I don't know if Melissa is listening to us, but tenemos a Rosa Castañeda y Alejandra Jiménez. Si nos pueden ayudar con su presentación, por
So now
favor.
we're going to go with Rosa Castañeda and Alejandra Jiménez. If you can help us with your presentation, of course. Maybe you can help me with my presentation, or can I present put my presentation on? Okay, I'll show you my presentation. Just give me 1 second.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Estoy aquí, Sandra, que estaba tratando de mute.
Perfecto, gracias, Melissa. Eso pensé que tendrías algún tema técnico.
Thank you, Melissa. But I thought you did have some technical issues, so I'm glad you're here. So hopefully you can see the presentation.
Sí, perfecto.
Great.
Perfecto, muy bien. Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, Melissa. Muchas
Thank you
gracias.
very much, Melissa and John. I believe that you clearly highlighted what MDSAP is and how it works and how create worthiness, trustworthiness between all the participants. In Baja California, we have a region that's highly specialized and a great exporting region of medical devices. And so for us, it's really important to understand that perspective and to share the experience that we have in our region. So I would like to begin by telling you a little bit about what is Baja California and how it measures in the global market of medical devices. We are the cluster, the manufacturing cluster, the greatest manufacturing cluster for medical devices in Latin America. We have more than 80 manufacturers, more than 100 facilities for medical technology, and more than 100,000 highly specialized jobs. It's a little bit more than twofold the amount of indirect jobs also. And this speaks of the ecosystem that we've created here in Baja California, especially for this sector to work. Now, another thing that's really important to highlight is that we are a global manufacturing center. We're not only just an inbound or maquila. We have evolved to advanced manufacturing. The medical devices that are fabricated here are exported basically to all the countries: the United States, Canada, Europe, Asia, the Netherlands, and many other international markets. We are also the home of many lead medical technology companies, and so our industry simultaneously operates with a lot of regulatory frameworks. You know, we follow regulations of all the world and of all the places where we market and trade our devices. And definitely regulatory convergence for us, it's not something that we're preparing for the future. It's something that is already part of our daily life. So reliance, and I want to highlight that because it's really important, it's not only a regulatory concept, it's an operational need that facilitates our access to global markets. And it also ensures that we are keeping up with the highest quality and safety standards for all the patients. I would also like to talk a little bit about what our story is, you know, or how did we started working with MDSAP and since when? And to do that, well, right now there's 100 companies that are highly specialized with 80 different manufacturing sites. But this began back in the 80s. In the 80s, the government implemented several programs to facilitate investments in the border area, and including obviously Baja California. So by the end of the 80s or the beginning of the 90s, basically, we started getting companies to build medical devices here in the region. At first, it was just one line, two lines, and it was because first they were exploring what was happening here in Mexico or how this could assist all the different organizations. And secondly, because of the business continuity aspect, you know, they said, okay, I have one or two lines there in Baja California, and they can help me and be a mirror in case if I have a disruption here or an interruption here in my organization, I can go and have a simultaneous manufacturing site over there. And so that's how they started with one or two companies and just one or two lines. And little by little, we earned the trust of the markets and the corporate offices. We started evolving and we started getting more and more companies. During the 90s, we also evolved with medical devices with the ISO 13485, and so we had more of those here. So basically, if I could say something key is that we grew together. We did this together. By 2014, 2016, that's when this MDSAP program began from Baja California's perspective. We were a clear example of global reliance. And so the reason why we are so valuable for MDSAP is because we have multiple regulatory organizations trusting a process like an audit. Instead of the manufacturers have to go to independent audits. My colleagues were mentioning that, my colleagues, that doesn't prevent them from having these reviews, but it does facilitate the whole process that is created. Instead of manufacturers undergoing many audits, they could just use these reviews, and for an expert company or this type of expert industry that we have, this does create a lot and significant value. A large number of multinational manufacturers are located in Baja California and are already part of MDSAP as part of their global regulatory strategy. And obviously, the benefits go further than that, not only to reduce the amount of audits. MDSAP helped us to have more predictability on the processes, a better use of the resources and the regulatory affairs. And this helped us and created a lot of trust with global corporations. And this is important to mention because since we were evolving with the regulation, well, of course, we also gained trust to transfer certain products and manufacture them here in Mexico and Baja. And there's also some expansion opportunities that are still getting to the region. And so this is not just a sole story. There's a whole history behind it because we had to evolve also in the chain. In Baja California, we have several areas focused on medical devices. And I'm really happy to tell you that the specialty that we have here, we have this as a specialized degree. And that degree, if we have somebody who graduates from there and come into the industry, they are already prepared as MDSAP. They're experts with MDSAP. It's part of the study plan. We're also going to launch a technical degree. It's going to be ready in a couple of months. And part of their work plan, their study plan, includes the global regulatory framework, but it also includes MDSAP as one of the main reliance examples. And so for us, it has been like a shared trust model. Why has this adoption been successful? Well, I believe that one of the reasons why MDSAP has been really successful in Baja California and has been well received by all the companies here is that we didn't start from scratch. We didn't start everything from the beginning. Almost all medical devices manufacturers in the region had already operated with a certified quality system that was certified on the ISO 13485. And they also followed other compliance requirements like those of FDA or other regulatory agencies. And the fact that our products are traded in many international markets has also helped us to strengthen the fact or to make this muscle stronger. In other words, well, the basic capabilities were already there. For many companies, MDSAP didn't represent a full transformation. It was more like a natural evolution of the system, of their system, and of the practices that they were doing that were already necessary and essential to compete globally. Something that we've learned of here in Baja and that we have proven is that we are highly competitive. And well, another aspect, important aspect that I believe also helped this is that several companies in Baja California adopted MDSAP from the first phases of implementation. We were part of the pilot implementation phase. And so that helped us understand this program from the beginning also. And it also helped us to continue evolving by learning all the lessons things that went well, things that didn't go well. And of course, that also evolved from this innovative concept up to us becoming the role model to follow, as part of a success story. So for mature exporting manufacturers, it was just to align and to simplify what we already had, the commitment with quality and regulatory compliance. So we just had to do that. And not all of it was beautiful and a bed of roses, because it wasn't. We had many challenges. We faced many challenges, but we went from those challenges to long-term benefits. And I would actually dare to say that these were mid and long-term benefits. This type of implementation will always have challenges. For those companies that are participating in NDIPSAP for the first time and those who participated back then, I think that the main challenge was cultural transformation to begin with. For companies to understand that MDSAP was really not an additional burden to to everything that I was already doing, but that it was really going to help us shorten the amount of work that we had, because it has happened, and we've seen that in the long term. And also, another challenge that's really important is that the organizations need to think beyond the sole regulatory framework and understand how multiple jurisdictions interact and model multiple things interact in one model. And that's really significant. MDSAP also has sound documentary practices, traceability, and a huge effort to prepare previously. But once the organizations surpass this initial learning curve, that I believe is the same that happens with any other regulation or program, then the long-term benefits are clear. The companies have quality systems that are now more solid, with a less audit burden, with more predictability, as I mentioned before. They have better operational efficiency. They have better and more agile access to international markets. And a question they ask very frequently to us is, in forms like this related to MDSAP, is if the companies are prioritizing now MDSAP versus their ISO 13485. From our perspective, no, this is not happening. We shouldn't have to choose between one and the other. I mean, in reality, ISO 13485 is still the base of our management system, but MDSAP will build on that base and will deliver several jurisdictions and regulations as part of one model only. And that really facilitates all the processes. And so I would like to wrap my presentation saying that, well, for Baja California, MDSAP has been much more than just an audit program. It's been the test that reliance works when regulatory authorities trust in a process like this evaluation, because then manufacturers can focus their efforts in innovating, which is what we are doing right now, and working on the quality, because we could become we went from an input industry to an advanced manufacturing center, and that allowed us to work on reliance and focus on things that are really important, in operational excellence. And lastly, also to improve access of patients to medical technologies, which is the end goal for everybody. So that's why we're still considering MDSAP as one of the most successful examples that we have, that has a huge influence for our reliance in the sector and in our state. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Rosa.
Thank you, Rosa.
Alejandra nos va a compartir algo más, o ya quedamos.
Is Alejandra going to say anything else, or is that it, just yours? I'm sorry, Sandra, she had to move because we are in an audit process, so she had to leave. Oh, so we're done, yeah. So thank you very much, and thank you, Rosa, for that. Melissa?
Like to make some like consolidating comments before we get into the Q&A.
Sure. Thanks, Sandra. And thank you for leading there since we all ended up being virtual. Thank you. It was very helpful, I think, to hear the different perspectives. And Rosa, I think it was very helpful to hear the benefits and truly the differences that MDSAP has made, which is really one of the things that we used to talk about from a regulator's perspective, there were truly a lot of benefits that it really reduced the burden and on the regulators. It really helped streamline and align the requirements. But it's really helpful to also hear from a manufacturer's perspective about how much it's really been able to help streamline all of those efforts as well. And I think, from an auditing organization perspective as well, one of the key things to note is that MDSAP is very much in line with a lot of other audit model schemes as well, right? And so we look at, Europe may still have their own auditing models, but at the end of the day, they're using MDSAP as a basis. They're using MDSAP as the main format and then adjusting and adding in the European contents. And so MDSAP has really become sort of the forefront of an audit inspection model globally for medical devices. And we're really looking forward to where it's going to go in the future as well. So Sandra, I know we're really behind on time, so maybe we just see if there's some questions in the audience as well.
Pues gracias, Melissa. ¿Tenemos alguna pregunta aquí en la audiencia presencial?
Sí. Do we have any questions here in person? Yes, Fatima? Go ahead. Oh, I thought you had a question. No. Anybody has a question? Anybody here? Well, you start thinking about this, I really want to thank you for the perspectives that we've had, of this large group of manufacturers that are located in the northern state of Mexico. Because as we heard yesterday from the Ministry of the Economy, the criticality of investing in manufacturing, how important it is to have the participation of the manufacturers and to have a certainty in the different processes and the regulatory frameworks will allow us to strengthen the supply chain, not only in Mexico, but in the whole region and obviously worldwide. So knowing the benefits that this MDSAP implementation will bring to the manufacturers is, I believe, a very important message, for the whole ecosystem, for the regulators, because at the end of the day, it fulfills the comprehensive purpose of facilitating access to medical devices in a safe way.
I don't see any other hands. So, Melissa, could you please bring it to a close?
Sure. Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate your time, and hopefully this was helpful to hear the different perspectives. And so I guess we'll go ahead and move on to the next session then. Thanks, everybody.
Estupendo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Pues con esto ya vamos a llamar entonces ahora a nuestro último panel en el que vamos a estar hablando de la inteligencia artificial, machine learning, evidencia del mundo real para los dispositivos médicos y esto en el marco de la creación de marcos ágiles regulatorios en relación con la calidad, la seguridad y el desempeño de este nuevo mundo en los dispositivos médicos. Y para esto me permito nuevamente invitar a Fatima Rasjuyan, a Diane Wersberger, Medtronic, GE Healthcare, y a Melissa Torres, por supuesto, que ya la tenemos aquí con nosotros para que nos ayude en esta conversación, teniendo a Fatima como moderadora de la misma. Gracias.
All right, we are getting close to the end of this workshop, and today we are going to discuss AI, real-world evidence, and agile regulatory frameworks. I do want to start out by making a general point as we're starting this session. The point here isn't really about creating a separate regulatory framework or approach for any of these technologies. It's not about creating a separate framework for AI, another one for real-world evidence, and then another one for the next technology that comes along. Really, so because that would create fragmentation. The goal here is really about creating or having flexible regulatory frameworks that can accommodate innovations and the changing regulatory landscape and all the technological advancement that come our way, And by the same token, having the ability to ensure that our devices remain to be of high quality, safe, and effective, while ensuring that patients continue to have timely access to medical devices and IVDs. So with that said, Diane, I'm going to start out by asking you, do you agree with that framing? Should we be thinking less about separate regulatory frameworks for AI or tools like real-world evidence, and more about having agile regulatory frameworks? And if so, if you agree with that, why is that important?
I absolutely agree, Fatima. Thank you for setting that up so well. I do think it's important to have aligned frameworks and to utilize the frameworks that have been built already for medical technologies, which will then allow regulators to focus on those aspects of those innovations that are different. So there may be some innovation there when we talk about the digital health space where cybersecurity might become a more important issue, right? If we're relying on the established frameworks and then focus on those different areas, it allows the resources to be used in a more efficient way, and then importantly for us to be able to bring those innovations to market in a timely way for patient access. I also think that it's important for us to have transparency to the requirements that are needed for the processes, especially as we're focusing on those new areas, that we also have that predictability of the process, because that allows us as manufacturers to anticipate what the requirements are and then ourselves focus on those areas that are important to the various regulators.
I agree with you more that having that transparency and predictability is important to ensure having successful outcome. Melissa, I'm going to transition to you and see if you could talk a little bit about what are the key features that make a regulatory framework agile enough to handle technologies like AI and tools like real-world evidence or anything else that comes our way.
Definitely, and I completely agree with everything that you guys have just said, right? I think, I'm going to take a step back a bit and just say, one of the things that I always used to see when we would go out and do these events, so for everyone in the audience, we all worked together as a team. Even when I was on the other side, we were doing these same types of sessions. And the first questions we often got asked were, how do I handle AI? How do I handle digital health? And it's that's the bright, shiny object that we want to contend with, right? But we have to remember we have to get the basics correct. And even if we look at it from a mature regulator standpoint, from a US FDA perspective, it was 1976 when we got the laws enacted into place for medical devices. US is working with a very old medical device regulatory framework. And the key is, how do we accommodate for these particular changes in these technologies? Is you have a framework that serves as your foundational baseline. And that is always the key important message. Let's not jump ahead and think that we have to create something special, as you just heard Fatima and Diane say. Really, it's how do we address it within that framework itself? How do we think about new and innovative approaches within the boundaries of that legal framework that we have? But it's having that set up to begin with. You need to have the foundations. How do you classify a device? How do you review a device? How are you going to rely on devices? What countries' frameworks are you going to utilize? And then you build upon that. So we always want to have the message of, don't be so focused on how do I handle AI. Let's make sure we get the basics correct first. And that baseline is going to help you be successful in establishing any sort of special considerations that may be needed for these particular areas. Remember, at the end of the day, for example, in digital health, it's still a medical device. It still gets a classification. It still gets reviewed. It still has the same considerations, but you may have to think about a few things a little bit differently. And if you look at the mature regulators, that's what they're focusing in on. Where are these different considerations I have to do? But my legal basis is still the same. And so when you're setting up a system, making sure that you have that strong foundation that then allows you to accommodate for some of these nuanced new technologies. As you said, we don't know what's coming down the pipeline right now. AI is the bright, shiny object. What's the next one that's going to come down the pipeline? So we can't always be jumping to be able to do something different for everything. There's a foundation and some considerations that you have to be able to integrate into that framework.
Just add a couple of thoughts to that. Thanks, Melissa. I totally agree with what you said. I also think what's important is to remember the risk-based approach, how we're leveraging evidence too for these new areas. And then something that you said, Melissa, that the US FDA and the industry has worked on, this collaboration is probably not the right word, but there is interaction early when these new innovations come, where we as the industry will bring the technology or our roadmap, if you will, of where these technologies are going to the FDA to talk about that, to help them learn about what these technologies are, and then together have a dialogue around not just technically what we believe this is going to do, what the intended use will be, but then the FDA can share with us, or the regulator can share with us, what their expectations are, right? What are those additional areas that they may have more of an interest in? And then we're better prepared to come forth when we're ready to present a dossier, our registration dossier, that it's complete, right? That we are meeting the expectations there for those innovations.
Absolutely, Diane. And Melissa, thank you as well. It's an excellent point. As much as we need flexibility, by the same token, we also need to have those guardrails in place, irregardless of the technology or the device that's being regulated. I want to transition now to the topic of reliance. I feel like we will be remiss if we talk about this topic and not mention reliance. I want to see if, Melissa, you could start out by telling us about what role can reliance play in supporting timely access while maintaining safety and effectiveness for these innovative technologies and devices. And Diane, maybe you could piggyback on what Melissa is going to share with us and provide the sort of the manufacturer's perspective to make reliance more feasible for these AI-enabled and tools like real-world evidence. Melissa, I pass it to you.
Sure, sounds great. And I will say from a mature regulator, and I'm putting my former FDA hat on right now, so I'm going to speak from that perspective. It's only been a couple of months. But from a mature regulator's perspective, we know this is a challenging area. This is an area that even mature regulators are struggling with. How do we handle these within our regulatory frameworks, right? And we're even looking at ways in which we could work together. This wasn't something that FDA said, we're just going to go do this. We're going to actually work together and figure out how we can address these challenges. So you saw work happening in IMDRF, but not only that, there was work happening behind the scenes. US FDA was collaborating with the UK, it was collaborating with Health Canada. We were sharing policies. We were trying to align policies behind the scenes about how we can address these new challenges, the issues we were facing. To Diane's point, we were also integrating the manufacturer's perspective. There were things like the Digital Health Advisory Committee we had where we obtained information. We have different types of innovative challenges. So there's a lot of working together in this to be able to come out to a common solution. And I don't think that's quite out in the forefront, that these mature regulators are even struggling on trying to figure out how do we handle this together and how can we build upon and work together and rely upon each other. And so you will even see there are some strides right now that are being made. There was recently an announcement between the US and the UK of how they can work together and rely, especially in these areas. And so I think reliance becomes even more important as we're talking about these new and innovative technologies. All the regulators are struggling of what's the right balance, what's the right risk-based balance, risk testing, what do I need to do? How should we be able to, we can't all do this on our own, right? You have to be able to partner and you have to rely on each other. And even the strong regulators right now are relying on each other to share the policies, the practices, what they're going to do moving forward. And if you're setting up a regulatory framework, all the more opportunity to be able to say reliance in this area is especially important when these mature regulators are already struggling and trying to rely on each other and work together. We need to sort of jump on that bandwagon. So, the biggest thing is really don't recreate the wheel. Everybody's struggling in this area. Reliance, I think, is going to be the most important thing we can do in this area to make sure we're getting products safely out in the market in a really quick manner as well, because these are fast evolving technologies. They can't be this 18-month, regulatory process or even longer regulatory process to get something on the market. We need to be agile as regulators. And I think reliance is just going to be the key here amongst all regulators, quite frankly.
And maybe, Diane, you could tell us a manufacturer's perspective or what we can do to make reliance more feasible for these technologies?
Absolutely. I think number one is for us to help to build trust, right, between us and the regulators in the transparency that we provide, in again, explaining what this technology is and providing a dossier that is clear, right, that is documented well. I think for us to also consider how we're structuring those registrations and those files, right, because reliance comes in different levels, right, and different types of reliance, and each regulator will make their own decision as to what portion of that, what aspect of it is they're comfortable with relying on another trusted regulator's decision, where they'll focus their resources. So I think for us to be very clear in how we're structuring those registration packages will be very helpful across the board, even for established, mature regulators to understand what we're meeting. In addition, I think that for us to be very clear within that package on our intended use of the device, how we're using the data to provide justification and evidence of what we've done in our testing, and the global standards that we've relied upon, the global procedures, the IMPF procedures where possible. So that all builds that confidence for the regulators looking at that package.
Absolutely, absolutely. Couldn't agree with that more. Melissa, I want to go back to you since you are a former regulator on this panel. So every new technology that comes along, especially I'm kind of reflecting back on the COVID era, where there were a lot of technologies, a lot of the big need for regulating COVID tests and related technology. So as these needs come along, they really build, they really create the pressure to build a new regulatory approach for those devices. But another approach is to strengthen the core regulatory framework so it's more agile, and as Diane said, is more risk-based. How should regulators strike that right balance? What is the right thing to do? What is the key recipe here from your perspective?
It is certainly a challenge, and I think COVID taught us a lot of lessons, right, on both sides, manufacturers and regulators, that we had to be agile. We had to be thinking about things differently. It's a tough one, really, right? You need to make sure, again, that the baseline, I think you're going to hear the same messaging of the fact that making sure that there's a strong regulatory framework, risk-based, in place to then be able to build upon that, but then allow for some of that flexibility and allow for the trust. And I know, Diane, you just highlighted that a little bit about building that trust and confidence. It also has to happen amongst regulators too. For any of the successful reliance pathways or reliance mechanisms, or being able to share policies and practices and aligning, it's building trust and confidence between the regulatory authorities as well. And it's something you spend a long time doing with these regulators as well, to help ensure the successful setup of a regulatory framework. But I think really the key is making sure the basics are right. Like, I can't hone in enough, because like I said, I've always seen sort of these misconceptions of maybe a country has not even considered how they'll classify or handle a product based on risk, and wants to know the ins and outs of what we do on digital health. I would get these kinds of questions at FDA. And it's like, let's get down to how you actually had set it up first, and then move on to some of these other technologies. But, I think it's building trust and confidence, establishing the basic frameworks, and then building it to the next level and taking those other additional considerations that are necessary to be able to make those adjustments and accommodate for these newer technologies. So I don't think it's a one good, straightforward answer for this. It's so complicated, and so many factors go into it to have that success. But I can't hone in enough about the basics and making sure we're not reinventing the wheel. None of us, no regulator has enough resources. FDA, being the largest, doesn't have enough resources. Don't try to recreate the wheel on everything. You can't do it. I lost the audio.
Oh, it looks like there's a technical difficulty.
Yeah, I hear you now. I lost audio for a little bit.
That's okay. That's okay. I was just reflecting on one of the key points you mentioned about for regulators to have flexibility. And I was saying one of the points that Tammy mentioned earlier in this workshop was about, for regulators to start small, start with pilots when they're onshore, and then scale up and get that feedback, having that feedback mechanism from industry, from manufacturers who are in the field, and then try to, again, as part of that process improvement seems like to be a theme in this workshop, and then try to work together to make sure that we address these challenges, and we have a way of a flexible actually approach to regulate these innovative technologies. So Diane, I want to go back to you. As a global manufacturer, your company, and also many of our colleagues here in the room, you market in several jurisdictions. The regulatory frameworks in those jurisdictions are not necessarily aligned all the time. Can you talk about the challenges that a manufacturer faces in situations like that, specifically as it relates to these innovative technologies?
Yeah, absolutely. And you spoke to it earlier as you were on your panel on the QMS. I mean, it's especially a challenge for us as global manufacturers to be able to, especially when there are differences among all of the requirements in the different countries, for us to be able to manage that burden, right? We are trying to focus our efforts on the innovation, on the quality, and on patient safety as we're developing these innovations. And if the requirements are not aligned and they're different, then the burden becomes, okay, certainly understanding what those differences are, investing the resources and the costs that are needed in order to meet all those different requirements. And even when we rely on, as I said, or we utilize international standards, and we're looking towards some of the global processes and procedures that drive that alignment, that cost burden can be much, even for a large company such as our two companies. And then we're forced to make decisions, very difficult decisions, as to what markets we can actually enter and where we may not make a decision to enter those markets with our innovations. And in the end, the patients really are at a loss there when that happens, when we can't bring those innovations to the healthcare system. So that balance, I think, is really one that we deal with every day, right, in that decision. And I think what's important to remember is that we're looking across those countries for the requirements that the regulators have established. Internally, we also set up our own requirements. So, as you noted, right, we have our quality management systems. GE has a global quality management system, and so even with tools such as we talked during this week about predetermined change control programs, where we are in advance providing visibility to the regulator of the changes we could anticipate, not significant changes, but changes that we can anticipate with some of these digital innovations, and the justification for why we can safely make those changes to the product, and before we need to submit a full new registration. That tool is very powerful. But one thing to remember is that the background work that we do internally as the manufacturer stays the same. It's in accordance to our QMS requirements. So all the documentation, all the testing, the standards that have to be met for those changes is still there. We're just not having to submit a new registration every time that change as part of that PCCP is made. In addition to that, when I think about in our own organization, GE Healthcare has set up for these innovative areas, AI and digital, our own principles, internal principles for development. So they touch on things such as ethics, ethical development, accountability in our development, transparency. How are we governing our own practices and looking towards international standards to ensure we're doing the right thing, and that what is the result of those innovations is always keeping that, as Tammy says, the North Star of patient safety in mind, and ensuring that usability of that product is not going to introduce safety issues for the patients. So that plus other, as you know, right, there's a lot of other governance policies that are being created, different organizations, let's say. The WHO has an ethical policy, and Canada has a code of conduct for some of these digital and AI policies, the EU AI Act, right? There's all these different things that we have to consider. So the more we can bring together and align on the regulatory, the foundation, as Melissa said, it just allows us to really focus on what's really critical and important, and also work with the regulators respectively to ensure that transparency and their confidence in what we bring.
Absolutely, absolutely. You touched on all the key points, Diane, and to your point, convergence is also key. And going back to the earlier point that you and Melissa made about reliance, it's going to help facilitate reliance, even though its absence is not necessarily a prerequisite to be able to practice reliance. Melissa, I want to go back to you. You used to work at US FDA for 21 years, and many jurisdictions consider US FDA as the reference authority. So I want to see if you could talk a little bit about what information would make a reference authority's work easier for another regulator to use.
From a reference authority's perspective. I mean, I think one of the challenges we often would hear from regulators as we would, talk about reliance and the importance of relying on US FDA decisions was a couple of facets. And I know we've covered you guys have covered some of this during the week was, one, how do I even find the information? How do I even know what to look for? How do I even understand the basics of the regulatory frameworks? That was always a big hurdle as well. Like from a US perspective, for example, the 510K paradigm. And Fatime also was at FDA for quite some time as well. We were colleagues before. And, I think that's always a very big misconception. And one of the strides we were trying to do is knowing that FDA was such a big sort of reference authority for many of the other regulators was really trying to make sure that there was clear educational material available about what our processes are and aren't. So, it's one thing to say, let's rely on US FDA, for example, but you need to understand, what does that mean? What does it mean when a product receives a 510K clearance? What does it mean when it gets a PMA approval? How do I look up and verify that information? We would often get misconceptions about 510Ks and that FDA didn't do any reviews, and it's a checkbox review of it. Just a check mark. You get it in, it's substantially equivalent, and you move it out. So we spent a long time really trying to explain the basics, and it's one of the pillars that FDA and my former group was really trying to do, is to help countries as they are considering US FDA as a reliance mechanism, to be able to make sure they understood what that meant truly, and having the educational tools available. We were also trying to make strides to make more make it clearer on the website. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. There were a lot of changes, and it couldn't do that. But even soundness training, walking you through where the databases are. How do you look up that information? I mean, these are the biggest challenges. So I'm kind of putting it back in the perspective of what are the biggest challenges we would see from an FDA standpoint with other countries trying to rely on FDA is the basics, right? How is that regulatory framework set up? Where do I even verify? Am I getting the right information from the manufacturer? We have some regulators, to the point of trust, that don't have the trusting relationship with industry as much as other regulators do. And they were hesitant on, is this information accurate? Did I get it correct from the manufacturer? So those are the biggest areas that we always would focus on as countries would come to the table and start asking us, hey, we're setting up a medical device regulatory framework. We want to rely on US FDA decisions. What do we need to do? And that's sort of where we would start, at least. I know it doesn't totally answer all the question, but wanted to set the stage as to how that usually starts, and then you build upon that further.
If I could just add one thing too, in my reflection on the question, Fatime, that you had shared. I also think it's important not just, I think those tools, and thank you, Sandra and team, for setting up the ability to walk through those different websites from the regulators. I think that's really a powerful opportunity to go and see like where the information resides and how you would look it up. I think those are great. But I think it's not just about the final decision, but it's how you reach that decision. So how did FDA actually come to the conclusion that they felt this product or this aspect of it was okay, that it met the requirements and the technical and safety standards. And I think that, for me, it may be initially, as we are starting to build on this Reliance program, the dialogue between regulators is really important, right? For that explanation, to talk through how the decisions were reached. And that also builds that trust and that confidence in those decisions go forward. So just a...
No, and Diane, I was just going to say, Diane, that's a fantastic point, and to bring up an example of that, you know, I didn't get into some of the details, but you heard me mention US, UK, and the UK was doing a Reliance framework. We worked behind the scenes for years with the UK to build up that confidence. And one of the things we did with partnership with industry was we had asked manufacturers to give us examples of a 510K that we had reviewed and get the permissions that we could share that with the UK. We walked through the submissions themselves. We showed them what data we looked for. We explained what kinds of questions we asked for that particular product, and then really sort of that overall decision-making process. And we did quite a few sessions behind the scenes. And when we had first entered the discussions with the UK, they said, we don't want to even consider digital health. We're concerned that you don't have a rigorous enough process. Once we peeled back the layers and showed them what that process looked like, they then reconsidered and opened the door to rely on us for digital health decisions. And so you're right, it's really important. That's why I get back to the foundations and the education and understanding not only where you find the information, to your point, Diane, but what are the processes? What is FDA actually doing and actually looking at within the context of these submissions? What does it mean when we get a 510K, and what does a substantial decision, substantial equivalence mean? And how that thought process is. And that has shown to be all the difference. We've done that behind the scenes with several countries to really build that confidence and show them that we are looking at this data. We're looking at a lot of important information, oftentimes the same type of information packaged in different ways between countries, right? So just bringing that up as an example, you know, to totally support what you said.
Right, absolutely. So it's all about what I hear is that going back to the basics, getting the basics right, you know, something as simple as what transparency is important, because that builds into being able to establish trust. And that actually benefits all stakeholders, not only our relying agencies, but also the manufacturers who end up, you know, manufacturing or marketing in different jurisdictions. I do want to open it up to actually to the audience to see if they have any questions. I do have another question for Melissa and Diane, but I did want to provide the opportunity to our colleagues in the audience to ask any question as it relates to agile regulatory frameworks and the regulation or the regulatory approach to innovative technologies. I see a hand. A brave soul.
I guess this question is for Melissa, since she was a regulator before. And I think historically what you see is every time there is a new technology, regulations are not up to par, right? And it takes a while for regulations to catch up. And now with AI and on all this advancement that is moving at the speed of light, from a regulator perspective, how do we think regulatory agencies are prepping to be able to do this catch up in a more efficient manner?
It's been a challenge, a huge challenge, honestly, in the area of digital health. And I keep bringing that up because that's where we've had the most evolving areas and issues. We really struggle from an FDA perspective. You know, you heard me mention how old the regulatory framework is in the United States for medical devices. The key was at least the framework was not so restrictive that we weren't able to think about other ways to accommodate. So what you'll see from an FDA perspective is oftentimes there were guidance documents, there were different programs initiated, all within the legal boundaries of what we could do. Because we know as regulators, changing the law takes such a long time that by the time you change the law, you're already 10 years behind where you need it to be. And so that kind of goes back to that, you know, making sure we have the basic framework that allows for enough flexibility. So from an FDA perspective, it was always really trying to keep up pace and try to think about ways to be much more innovative, knowing that we were constrained by the regulatory framework we had, but what kinds of programs can we implement? What kinds of initiatives could we put into place where we can address these challenges? And Diane, Diane had mentioned this as well. We had a lot of opportunities where we were engaging with the manufacturer, soliciting feedback, trying to figure out what's working for them, what are they seeing evolving in the technologies, what challenges we're having on our side. So I think it's really trying to keep up the pace, which is always difficult. And I would say no one's able to keep up the pace as well as we should. But it's trying to think differently. And that's back to that agility and what can you do within the legal constraints you have. And if you are in a point where you are just thinking about setting up some areas, making sure you allow yourself a bit of flexibility in those legal requirements so that you have that ability to navigate through to adjust for these specific technologies as well.
Any other questions? Yep, Douglas.
Hi, Douglas Rodriguez, Roche Diagnostics. My question is general, so any of you want to take it, more than welcome. First, great panel. I think that this is a very relevant topic. And we have heard you talking about innovation in terms of technologies, use of AI. But what about where the intersections happens between evidence and AI, like digital twins, in silico data? What are your perception from a global perspective on how we are going and how can be handled from the industry and the regulatory perspective on that section that is growing, is something that is happening, and well, there are regions that are more navigating than others, and this region is going to start maybe in a couple of years or maybe sooner. So what are your thoughts about it?
I'm assuming it's the same approach. I don't know, Melissa, if you want to take it as a regulator, and then maybe we can pass it to Diane.
I don't know. You want to go ahead and start? My voice is like a minute.
If I understood the question, Douglas, it's about there's a growing body of evidence now, right, with the testing that's out there and really the use of these technologies out in the clinical environment. And I think that's an important point. We have this growing data, if you will, for real-world use, real-world evidence. Oh. There's a big, I'm sorry. Is that better? Okay. And so I do think that we have matured, I think, as a stakeholder across the regulators as well as in the industry to understand and be more confident in looking towards that data and using that data to inform how we continue to improve, right, on not only on the development of the product but monitoring of that product. It's a bit of a, I think, as we get into these new spaces, especially the digital space, we talk about the balance between pre-market and post-market. And for digital technologies, because they are evolving so quickly, I do think that we will see, and it's important to have a shift towards post-market monitoring and understand the value of that post-market monitoring, the use and the clinical use and the results, right, the outcomes of that use in the clinical space. And not just watching it, but then taking that data. We do that already now for our post-market systems from a signal detection, right? A safety signal detection. That's super important. But I also think doing it more robustly to understand how is that technology interacting with patients? What are we seeing in terms of patient care, and bringing that back into not only inform from the regulator side, do we have to look a little differently at a different aspect of these technologies as we go forward? And from a development side, how do we take that back into our quality management system and our procedures and our development processes to address or to build upon or you name it, right? It's all part of that continuous improvement. But it's really a valuable, I think, it's a valuable resource now, this growing body of evidence, and the ability of the stakeholders, right, really to look to that evidence to learn more about where these technologies and the power of these technologies going in the future.
You nailed it, Diane.
Yeah, I was just going to say, sorry, now that I could catch my breath a minute, that I totally agree with Diane. I was going to bring up the post-market side, and you've seen that's where regulators are really focusing on these technologies, right? The post-market surveillance side and artificial intelligence and areas like that, where we have to think differently. And it's such a fast-paced and moving technologies that it's really looking at the post-market space and how can we take that information and being able to integrate it more so.
Absolutely. Any other questions before yes?
Bueno, Arturo Cristán de Cofepris y precisamente de la parte de
Arturo
tecnovigilancia.
Cristán from Cofepris, and I'm actually from the techno-surveillance area. And more than a question, I have like a series of ideas that have been around in my head for several times, for a long time now. It's an interesting topic, and I do understand that the regulator will never be at par with the development of technology. Reliance is going to be essential, and it's going to be something necessary, and we need to make progress on that point. But regarding artificial intelligence, that topic, as Melissa said, and I love the expression she used, it's that the shiny object in the room. We're quite focused on seeing artificial intelligence everywhere, and sometimes we really do not understand what is really happening with all of this information. And maybe the most direct contact that we have with AI what you can find in internet, like ChatGPT or Bard or Gemini or Copilot or something like that. So all of these that are already in internet, but that for at least for me cause a degree of concern. First, because of the footprint that I leave, because the whole development of artificial intelligence represents a huge expense of energy resources and of natural resources. So it's a huge ecological footprint. But there's another point that I like to consider, which is the part that has also been proven, where all of these technologies are not fail-proof. They have evolved in a very interesting and weird way, and that has been proven. And we have to kind of lock it down or put locks in certain areas so that we can prevent starting having a lot of mistakes. Actually, like a year ago, I heard somebody say, "Oh, ChatGPT learned how to lie," because it started presenting information that was totally false, and even the quotes, the references were made up, that didn't exist, and that led to many questions and doubts. So those who analyze this type of things did create a lot of doubts for us, in this area. Additionally, the evolution of legislation or regulations also becomes very complicated. On Tuesday, I made a comment to this regards. The authorities are limited by certain processes. At least here in Mexico, we have an established process, that's an administrative process, and we limit it to that. So the evolution of legislation will never be done at the same speed as the speed of the developments. But the whole risk assessment part, or most of the risk assessment burden, is always done by the manufacturer. And as Diane was saying, she was talking about that they had their quality control systems and systems that we know about them perfectly. They actually mentioned this in other conversations, and they said that having a quality control system does not guarantee that it's going to be something perfect or that we are assured that everything is perfect. No, I mean, we see that there are still many deficiencies, but sometimes we don't have how to detect them. That's the issue. We don't have a way to detect them. So I'm not at ease when I start thinking about how we're going to apply all of that. And then the last point is also when I start reflecting on, well, AI
bases de datos, bases de información.
Is based on being able to contact bases of information or databases. So this small device that I have here, even if it says that it has AI here, the AI is not here. The AI is in a farm, in a reservoir, where they have all the information where they have to consult. And for each consultation that is done, there is some sort of security breach entailed, and we have to be very careful, and you have to have a lot of surveillance on this. And that has to be not only from the regulator, but from the manufacturer also, because they need to have a lot of security aspects covered. As I said, it's not a consultation, it's just like a series of thoughts that actually leave me with a lot of a lot of concern. So I don't know if you have any comments to this regards.
Yes, thank you for those thoughts. I mean, I think that I don't think there's anybody who is in this space who, well, I hope there isn't anybody in this space who hasn't had similar thoughts as you. We're all trying to, I think, wrap our brains around what this technology is and the power behind this technology. And we see things. Just before I flew to Mexico City, I saw some article, a news article about use of AI and actually having a robot that is already doing more cognitive thinking and making decisions and on the breach of being able to express emotions. That I don't understand that. I don't understand how that can be. But you're right. It's going in places where we would never even have thought it would go. I think that from my perspective and from our, if I think about what we try to and how we try to approach this at GE Healthcare, you're right, it's very powerful. And the tools that we build now in AI are locked AI tools, meaning that there are boundaries as to what we will allow, even for that iterative growth, how far we'll let it go before we have to stop the whole thing and say, okay, now we move, maybe it's moving to a newer version, a new generation. But it has to be locked because we're all learning as we're going along with this. Those principles of AI development that we have internally for ourselves is a mechanism for us to, again, take a structured, ethical, accountable, transparent, amongst ourselves approach as to what we're doing every step of the way, so that we are consciously saying, how is this going to be used? And luckily for us, when we're building an AI tool that is for our imaging systems, the purpose of that tool is to take the data that's generated by the foundational, either the box, the MR system or the CT system, taking that data and seeing how can we enhance the information that's presented to the clinician for their decision, right? When they're looking at that data, does the image appear a little bit clearer? Can it take information that will help them see the tumor, define the tumor a little better? It's in that context now that we're doing that. I don't know where it'll be in 10 years, right? But I do think we have to, as a community, as a society, together, right, walk this journey, ensure that there's discussion and there's learning along the way, and that we're able to make conscious decisions on those guardrails, if you will, of where we're going to go with this, how far we take this. Always, always, always thinking about, me, Diane, as the patient, what will that mean for me? And what will, how do I want this new technology to be part of my diagnostic healthcare system and the treatments that will be coming my way? So it's complicated, but I think, Melissa, we've been talking about it all week, right? That collaboration, that transparency, Reliance is a tool to help us together move along with where this technology is going. We need to do it together and in a way that we're all learning and acting upon the data we receive in that post-market space, as Douglas was raising, right? What we're learning from what we're seeing and how it's used. And be brave when we have to pull the plug, that we're brave to pull the plug, right? It's enough.
Diane, that was actually really excellent. Thank you so much for your great comments. Really appreciate you adding to this conversation. And I think, you know, as you were talking, and Diane, as you were providing your excellent comment, I was thinking, really reflecting back to 20-something years ago when the internet, the dot-coms, you know, were coming to light, and there were people who were resisting it, right? And look at today. And I feel like it's the same with AI. It's an inevitable sort of, you know, advancement that's coming our way. And to Diane's point, if we don't use it as a tool, then I think we're going to be left behind. So what matters is that it's important that we put the appropriate guardrails around it and really work together to find out what we can do to advance this in a way that's safe, in a way that's, you know, compliant, and also but at the same time we serve our patients. Looking at Sandra, can we ask one more question, or should we convene? One more question? Okay, so I do want to ask one concluding question from Diane and Melissa. If you could recommend one practical step to make regulatory frameworks more agile for these emerging technologies that are coming our way, what would it be?
All right, Melissa, I'm going to jump in on you. So, I mean, we've said it again and again, not just in this session, but we've said it throughout the whole week.
Yeah.
It's really about us working together, collaborating as we're on this journey together. You know, Renata, I think, said it best in her analogy. She had great slides. And we can't do it alone, right? A team, football, right? Everyone has to work as a team to be successful and to reach the goal. It's the same, I think, for us. And the analogy applies, I think, across any industry or any topic. If we are not collaborating, strengthening that collaboration, and aligning on the requirements that the expectations we have in this area, I mean, we're going to have a fragmented system, and it will be chaos. For us to advance and to ensure that we're bringing the best patient care to our societies, I think it's important for that collaboration to be in place, and it helps us to focus again on what's important: the patient, the quality, and the safety of these.
Absolutely. Melissa, would you like to add?
I couldn't say it better than what Diane said it, really. I mean, it's really reinforcing and wrapping everything up from this week and what we've talked about. And you see how the partnership is what makes it happen, right? Alignment, working together, building trust and confidence amongst key stakeholders is really key to all of this.
Perfect. Thank you to both of you for bringing your wealth of knowledge and experience to this panel. And thanks to our audience for participating. With that said, I'm going to close this session and hand it back to Sandra. Thank you.
Pues con esto llegamos al cierre de las actividades de una semana impresionante.
So this is the last of all the activities of this amazing week, and congratulations to all the survivors, because this was a marathon. So I would like to invite Nora here to help us with some final comments, and then I will also do some closing remarks. Thank you, Nora.
Muchas gracias.
So thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm very, very happy to report that on behalf of the American National Standards Institute and the U.S. State Department and our dear member AdvaMed to be able to have been part of this amazing journey and program this week. I came in a little late, but I'm sure throughout the conversations, a lot of impactful and meaningful conclusions have been made. As we come to the close of the ATCET 2026, I would like to take a moment and reflect on what we have accomplished together in the past few days. This week has been a powerful reminder that regulatory systems do not operate in isolation. They're part of a broader, interconnected system, one that depends on trust, collaboration, and a shared commitment to protecting patients with enabling innovation. We begin our journey by exploring the future of medical device, oversight, and the growing importance of regulatory convergence. We then moved into practical experiences with Reliance, hearing directly from authorities and industry about both the opportunities and the real-world challenges of implementation. We also examined how data can enable smarter, more efficient regulatory decisions, and how Reliance can be supported across the entire life cycle, from pre-market evaluation to post-market surveillance. Yesterday, we focused on good regulatory practices, international obligations, and a critical role of standards and conformity assessment. These are not abstract concepts. They are essential tools that help ensure regulatory systems are transparent, effective, and globally aligned. And today, we brought these themes together by looking at trade, regional perspectives, and the role manufacturers, auditors, and regulators in ensuring quality, safety, and performance, while also preparing for what lies ahead, including the growing impact of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and real-world evidence. Across all these discussions, a few key messages stand out. First, collaboration is no longer optional. It's essential. Whether through Reliance, standards development, or information sharing, working together allows us to make better, more informed decisions. Second, alignment matters. Alignment matters. While regulatory systems will always reflect national priorities, greater alignments with international frameworks and standards help reduce duplication, build confidence, and improve access to medical technologies. And third, we've learned that adaptability is critical. The pace of technological change will not slow down, and our regulatory approaches must continue to evolve in order to keep up. From the perspective of ANC and the broader standardization community, we see standards as a bridge connecting innovation and regulation, global frameworks and national implementation, and diverse stakeholders working toward common goals. But ultimately, the success of everything we have discussed this week depends on people, depends on us, on your leadership, your willingness to share experiences, and your commitment to continuous improvement. I'd like to extend a sincere thanks to the organizers, to the Inter-American Coalition. Thank you so much. You've done an excellent job. To all the staff, your staff, Sandra, was amazing. To all the speakers and moderators, to your knowledge and expertise sharing with us throughout the week, and all the active engagement and participation. Thank you so much, and we really wish you safe travels and continued success, but also wish that we continue the commitment on working together and not on silo. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Nora. Y pues ahora sí que voy a ser ligeramente
Well, thank you, Nora. And I think I'm going to repeat some things, hopefully not a lot. You haven't seen me read anything these days, but today I want to read something because I don't want to leave anything out of these things. We've reached the end of this journey. It has a lot of content, but it had a lot of great conversations, discussions, exchange of ideas, experiences, and creating new contacts also. We are convinced that all personal interactions allows us to maximize and take full advantage of experiences shared not only by the speakers, but also by all of us who had the opportunity to participate in this. Having the possibility or having access to all of these experts, even if it was just virtually, has an important weight in making progress towards regulatory convergence and towards the implementation of Reliance in the region. We reiterate our availability to continue working to work on all the experiences and knowledge that was shared. We thank the opportunities from COFEPRIS, the Ministry of Economy, the NAVISA, and the Ministry of Commerce and Trade of Paraguay to continue with the implementation of Reliance. We also deeply thank the trust of ANSI and the Trade Organization of the United States for making this possible, for making this event possible. And likewise, nothing would be possible without the great collaboration of all the technical experts that we had from regulatory agencies of different areas in the world, the global experts, the regional experts, as well as the great work team that we have that has become now part of our family. So Leticia, Marina, Stephen Baez, that couldn't be with us at this time, but thank you for that. And we also want to thank all the technical and support teams in Brazil and in Mexico, including our interpreters that did a wonderful job. And I do want to ask a round of applause for them. And to wrap this up, and if you can see it, we will thank you for your feedback in this event by answering these questions. The questions are in English and in Spanish, and you can access them in this QR code. And they're also available outside of the registration area. And we're going to send this to our virtual participants who were different. I mean, they were coming in and out, and we had around 70 and 100 people participating throughout the week. It was a huge challenge for us who were here in the room. The virtual participation makes it much more complex. And I had an opportunity of checking in with one of the participants who is in Australia, actually. So it's not only a different time frame, you know, that they were connected virtually. And the feedback we got from her is that this is something that is really important for them so that they can learn from these experiences, so they can duplicate whatever is necessary, and so that they can benefit a larger population than the one that they're already reaching. In the days to come, we're letting you know when the recordings are going to be ready, as well as all the materials that we shared here. They're going to be available in English and in Spanish. And of course, we're going to send you the final report of this project. So without further ado, I wish you the best in this path that we are all in right now, and have a great afternoon. Rest and have all the strength to recover and do all the work that that's still pending and that you didn't do during the week. So thank you very much and have a great day.